W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles go through life.
We ask for a chance is fair.
We ask for a chance is fair.
Chance to equal our strife. Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
So we can't beat beat.
We can't beat beat.
Boom, beat, beat.
Who let the dogs out? It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
10 years ago, Spring Mills High School opened its doors, and for the past decade on the gridiron, it's been Bulldog domination. Josh Sims has his 2-4 Cardinals ready for tonight's contest to try to be the first team in program history to beat Martinsburg, who enter tonight's matchup 5-2. Will tonight be a homecoming that Spring Mills remember forever, or is it the start of possibly another decade of the Martinsburg Bulldogs remaining king of the Eastern Panhandle? Good evening, Colin McLaughlin. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our crew tonight, executive producing wise, is Donna Schaffner. Our cameras are Donald Kinney, Spencer Dupuis, who just tried to scare me from behind, but I saw his shadow. 6 more weeks of winter, Dylan. Back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini, and back to the rest of our camera crew, it's Donald Kinney, Braden Schaffner, as well as John Alderton. Will welcome you into the pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit whmsystems.com. Let me welcome back in my broadcast partner, Dylan Bishop. And Dylan, Martinsburg coming off a tough loss at home last week, trying to bounce back against Spring Mills, who is also coming off a close loss.
Yeah, these are two teams that are trying to get back into the swing of things after a loss from last week. That Martinsburg loss last week is about as tough as it gets, having that big lead at halftime against a really good Riverside team. And they just happened to let them back in the game, and it was that missed field goal at the end that it's just little. It's a game of inches, Colin. They need just a few more inches, and that ball goes through the uprights. Martinsburg wins that game. They still have one loss. And on the Spring Mills side of things, it was a game of inches 2 weeks ago when they had that last-second loss to Hedgesville. Obviously, last week was a one-touchdown loss to Frankfort. And I think this is going to be an interesting game. It doesn't really get much bigger when it comes to homecoming than playing Martinsburg. It's not just any old game. A Martinsburg game is always important because if you come out and beat the Bulldogs, that is a huge accomplishment. But to do it on your homecoming night would be even better because you're going to have a lot more festivities going on. Everyone's excited for the game already with all of those things happening. And this is a Spring Mills team I think is better than their record. I mean, obviously, they lost that Hedgesville game by 1 point right at the last second. That pass that was batted down into the hands of Jackson Ruest for the score there. And I mean, even when you look at some of their other losses, losing the first game of the season to Musselman, 27-0, looks pretty good now, considering that Musselman is ranked number 1 in the entire state of West Virginia. So if you go back and say we only lost by 27 in the number 1 team, you'll take that. So this is a team, they're 2-4 in the record books. But
and they're 9 points away from being 4-2.
Exactly. This team is a better record. This team is a better team than what their record shows.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see Max Anderson out there for this young Spring Mills Cardinal team, because for those that remember last year when these two teams met at Coburn Field, it was the first time that Max Anderson got to start being a freshman. So full circle, a year later, he is still the starter for this Spring Mills team, and he's really been able to improve his game, especially with his feet, really becoming a dual threat quarterback, trying to become more mobile, and the stats back that one up, Dylan.
Yeah, so he's leading the team in carries. He takes the majority of the load through the run game as well as passing. He's carried the ball 82 times so far this season for 456 yards and 10 rushing touchdowns, along with through the passing game he's been able to get 245 yards through the air and a touchdown. But this is a team that likes to run the ball, and we'll see how it works out, because we know that the Bulldogs have an incredibly stout defensive line that can slow down the run game of just about any team. They were able to run it. They were able to slow it down when it came to Riverside, when it came to Salem, all these other teams that they have played so far this year that just haven't been able to get things going against the defensive front of the Bulldogs, with the likes of Rashawn Reed and Xerxes Yancey up front. So it's going to be a tough task for the Cardinals, as it always has been. Again, this would be the next time that Spring Mills beats Martinsburg will be the first time. So we'll see if they can get it done tonight.
Yep, it's been 10 straight wins for Martinsburg when these two teams have met. The first meeting back October 11th of 2013, Martinsburg was victorious 57-0, and then last year Martinsburg got the win 63-16 over Spring Mills. And even though it's been all wins, just to reiterate how much Martinsburg has dominated this series, 7 of the 10 meetings Martinsburg has shut out Spring Mills. The past 2, however, were 2 of those 3 that they put up points. Combined score-wise, Martinsburg has scored 638 combined points in the 10 meetings. Spring Mills only 57. So average-wise, if you want to do the math, I already did it for you. It is Martinsburg with 63.8 points per game in this meeting. Spring Mills 5.7. So it's definitely a David and Goliath type situation here, as Martinsburg has been the dominant team within the state, and they're looking to continue that trend tonight. But again, injuries have really plagued this team. Yes, there's a couple guys that are still back, like E.J. Hendricks, Peyton Kaufman, LaDanian Weller, all on that offensive line to help them out. But when it comes to wide receivers, they'll be without Dover tonight and still without Roman Pearson. So look to see guys like Dominic Brinkley as well as Avion Blackwood really have to help out in the wide receiver core alongside Murphy Clement, Jameer Hunter, and Malachi Williams.
Yeah, Jameer Hunter has really been the one constant at wide receiver so far this year for the Bulldogs. He has been an incredible big play machine. He now has 3 punt return touchdowns on the year just in the special teams game. And then when you go to the receiving ends of things, he's averaging 20 yards a catch. He's only had 24 of them, but it's gone for 481 yards and 6 touchdowns. So he is just an electric top-end speed kind of guy that can get yourself over the top of a defense like Spring Mills or whoever Martinsburg is facing and get that big play. And Ezra Bajan is obviously a quarterback that can get down the field, get that ball to him. So it's been a lot of shifting in and out of guys in the other wide receiver spots. We'll see who steps up tonight for the Bulldogs. So obviously, last few games we've seen Murphy Clement go over as being one of those guys at wide receiver rather than running back or quarterback. We still see him at quarterback, but a lot of times he's spending his time out at wide receiver instead of, on the sideline waiting for one of his packages where they have him in the game instead of Bajent in at quarterback. So I want to see who at wide receiver will step up tonight for the Bulldogs.
I do too, and speaking of Murphy Clement, you'll hear from him later on in the pregame show as we get closer to kickoff, as we're still an hour and 20 to 25 minutes or so away from kickoff. And let's now look into the WVSS-AC Week 7 playoff ratings that come out every Tuesday. And you mentioned it earlier, Dylan, there's a new number 1 team in the state, and even closer Eastern Panhandle-wise, and that is the Musselman-Appleman, a team 5-1 overall. That one loss being against Martinsburg in Week 2. But since then, they have looked really good, and we've mentioned it time and time again. They probably have the second toughest schedule in the entire state. Obviously, the toughest being Martinsburg, in our opinion. But if you want to look at the top 16 teams, which are the ones that would, if today was the season ending, would be in the postseason, and there would be 4 EPAC teams in there, Musselman being number 1, Martinsburg tied for 7th, they'd be the 8th seed. In 9th, it's Jefferson, and then in 16th, it is Hedgesville.
Right, obviously Martinsburg has such a tough schedule because they put those out-of-state teams on there, Riverside, Salem, Highland Springs, end up losing 2 of those games, and obviously the rankings go by your record first and foremost. If you have 2 losses, you're going to be behind the teams that only have 1 loss. And this Musselman team has been it's been really fascinating to watch them, and especially the last game that we had last week on WRNR and TV10 against Hedgesville, that 62-13 win. That was just about as dominant as Martinsburg looked against Hedgesville. Obviously, the one loss that Musselman has so far this year is to Martinsburg, 62-20. But they've been able to look really good in these other games. Getting that win against Morgantown was impressive to launch themselves really up into that top upper echelon of the state, and then just kind of waited for a couple teams to drop a game, and they were able to hop up above them. So if they keep winning, no reason to think that they can't just end the regular season as that number 1 seed and have home field advantage through the playoffs.
Alrighty, let's get ready to take our first break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. And on the other side of that break, you will hear the check of the area schedule. You are tuned in to West Virginia High School Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
If you or someone you know suffers from the disease of addiction, help is available from the Berkeley County Quick Response Team with peer recovery coaches and support promptly to the homes of those who've recently experienced an overdose. This collective effort towards recovery brings resources and services to the community, including naloxone and treatment options. Call 304-267-1313 or visit the Berkeley County Recovery Resource Center, 400 West Stevens Street, Martinsburg. The Berkeley County Quick Response Team is funded through a DHHR grant with the Berkeley-Morgan County Health Department. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
When I was in high school, I was a troubled kid. Hannah Geffert took me into her family and treated me like her son. Today, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, a college graduate, and have a successful job. Hannah Geffert doesn't just talk about caring for children, she does it. She did it for me. Vote to keep Hannah Geffert as your state senator. She will take care of you too.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the area schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. There's a new number 1 team in AAA, according to the WVSSAC playoff ratings, and that team is none other than the 5-1 Musselman Applemen. Last week, Musselman lit up the scoreboard with a 62-13 win over the Hedgesville Eagles. The Applemen tonight head to the Northern Panhandle for a showdown with number 14 Wheeling Park. The Patriots are coming off their bye week and enter tonight's contest 4-2 overall. Here's Musselman head coach Brian Thomas with his thoughts on Wheeling Park.
We played Wheeling Park 4 years now. This is the 4th year. We signed a 4-year contract with them, and we played them, 4 years now. So fortunately for us, we've beat them the 3 previous times. So, every single game has been a battle against them. We've had some really, really good games just kind of back and forth against them. So, they're a really good program. They're really well coached. They have so much speed on the field. They're probably one of the fastest teams in the entire state. That they have the fastest kid in the entire state. They're going to be a really tough matchup for us. Going on the road, taking a road trip for that long, getting off the bus. We got to be ready to play. I think we'll be ready to play, but we're going to have a really good team awaiting us. So it's a big matchup, but at the same time, this is kind of what you want to coach for or play for. I told the team a couple weeks ago, you don't want to get into late October and November and show up to games where you're out of the playoff race and there's like 20 people in the crowd. Those games are boring. So if you're doing things right and you're winning football games, then these are the type of games you look forward to.
Hedgesville is now 15th in the state, falling 2 spots from last week in the WVSSAC playoff ratings after the 62-13 loss to Musselman. Hedgesville was also without 9 typical starters. The Eagles now sit at 4-3 overall and get a chance to relax this week as it's their bye week. Here's Hedgesville head coach Matt Faircloth with his thoughts on how much his program has grown in the past few years, as well as what they're doing this week to gear up for the remaining 3 games of the regular season.
Rest and recovery. We're lightening the load a lot this week. For us, it's getting here, stretching, rehab, and doing the fundamental work when we're outside. For us, it's just getting back healthy. It's like we said going into that game Friday night. There's no more excuses. For us, we're either going to go out and compete or we're not, and we're to the point of where when we go out, we expect to win every game that we're going to play. And for us, that mindset a year, 2 years ago, that didn't exist. So for us, the growth is starting to build that mindset we need.
The Jefferson Cougars have won 4 straight games and now sit at 9th in this week's WVSSAC playoff ratings. In those 4 games, the Jefferson Cougars have outscored their opponents by a combined score of 163-19. Jefferson is now 5-2 overall and also have its bye week this week. Cougars head coach Craig Hunter says his team still has a lot to do this season, and the week off will help them get ready for it.
What I like from the team so far is not letting the 1 and 2 start and define our season and kept plugging away at it. We got some wins, got things rolling. Now we're hitting in the bye week, just trying to clean some things up, make sure we understand totally 100% what we're supposed to be doing, some mistakes that we might be still making, just getting those cleaned up. Maybe adding a couple nuances during the bye week that we haven't done yet, that we have in our back pocket, just adding those, getting them ready for later on down the season if we need them, just making sure they're ready to go, just things of that nature. Defensively working on just getting better at the scheme, understanding things, maybe adding some different packages or something like that we might want to try to do later on down the road, or if we happen to get lucky enough to make the playoffs, something we might be able to pull out then.
Lastly, the Washington Patriots are back in action this week after their bye week. Washington sits at 1-5 overall currently, and this week host the 0-6 Preston Knights. Even though the Knights haven't won a game, Washington head coach Glenn Simpson says that you can't let Preston's record fool you, and that tonight will be a tough contest for his team.
We got to block better. We got to tackle better, secure the ball. Maintain an edge in the penalty game. We got to be disciplined. We do that. We got a good shot here of coming up with a victory. They will push the ball down the field a little bit. They're not afraid to put some air under the ball. They will test us in that way, and then at the same time they will put a couple backs in the backfield and get heavy real quick. So they're going to test our discipline on the defensive side of the ball. And on the offensive side of the ball, their defense, their front are very aggressive against the run. So it'll be a real challenge for us to find some room.
That was your check of the area schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. Once again, our matchup tonight is Martinsburg at Spring Mills. We will continue to preview this matchup coming up next on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at
Orsinis.com.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with 1-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our crew tonight is Donna Schaffner, Spencer Dupuis, as well as John Alderton, Donald Kinney, Braden Schaffner, and back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini, who you'll hear from at halftime as we now look at the Spring Mills Cardinals, who enter tonight's matchup against Martinsburg with a 2-4 overall record. Spring Mills last year finished with a record of 4-6, just missing the postseason after a loss to University in the last week of the regular season last year. And they started off this year 2-1 overall. After losing week 1 to Musselman 27-0, they were able to knock off Washington on the road 17-14 and then get a dominating win against South Hagerstown 48-28. But since then, it's been 3 straight losses for Spring Mills. The Jefferson 33-0, Hedgesville 29-28, and Frankfort 35-28. Dylan, this is a young team, only 3 seniors on the roster. All 3 of them are not playing tonight, just like last week. But we mentioned it earlier, these past 2 games, Hedgesville, Frankfort have been really close, and if things could have just went a little bit differently here and there, this team could be 4-2 instead of 2-4.
Yeah, a couple of tough road games that they had to go and play there. That Hedgesville game, obviously, one play changes that game on either side. Even just the play at the end of the game, or even a play here or there in the middle of the game, can change a one-point game completely. And I mean, you look at some of the other things that they've done. That 33-0 loss to Jefferson is nothing to scoff at too much, considering that they are the number 9 team in the state right now. And like we said in the first segment, losing to Musselman, especially now, this point in the season, only losing to them 27-0, looks like a pretty promising game there, considering Musselman is now the number 1 team in the state. Now, obviously, Washington hasn't looked incredibly good this year, and only beating them by 3 points in week 2. That's some cause for concern there, but obviously that was a number of weeks ago. So now they're at the point where they've gotten a rhythm going. Obviously they're on this losing streak here, but that Frankfort game also, Frankfort is a good AA team. They run the flexbone triple option. It can be really tough for teams to beat, especially if they don't have the same level of athletes. And that Frankfort, up there in Ridgely, West Virginia, you might not think, well, it's not the Eastern Panhandle. They don't have the athletes that we might have up here. But Frankfort's a very good team. They've always had very good players up there in Ridgely. So nothing to get too upset about when you lose to that team. But tonight, Martinsburg is going to be a whole nother story when it comes to the athletes on the field. And the Spring Mills team has some guys on their side that can match up with them.
Yeah, they definitely do, and a newcomer onto the team that'll definitely help out in the wide receiver core for the Cardinals is Keyshawn Cheek, a guy that we remember from high school basketball last year, really being one of the stars of the trio of the Cardinals that even eventually won a game against Martinsburg in basketball, but then when it came to playoff time, was unable to do so. Martinsburg got the win there. But he, last week, really helped out Max Anderson, and we saw him earlier during warm-ups before putting the full pads on and everything, still trying to get the chemistry down between one another, working on the deep ball. So they really want to be able to have that deep ball be a threat tonight. And Keyshawn Cheek, who has only been on the team for a few weeks now, joining mid-season, which is something that you don't typically see. But Max Anderson really wants him to be that wide receiver number 1 for him to rely on. And that's a tough task when you come in halfway through a year. But when it's an athlete like Keyshawn Cheek and a quarterback with the capability of Max Anderson, it might be something to maybe not watch out for just yet this year, but in the next few years it might be a threat.
Right. Sometimes guys, can't play a full season. They come in late. But if it's a guy that has the ability to change a game, sometimes he doesn't, he can make that difference right away. Saw that last year when it came to the Berkeley Springs Indians, not in the EPAC, but just still at the end of the other end of the Panhandle in Morgan County, where wide receiver Tymir Ross came back to the team through about the middle of the season and completely changed the offense from a running heavy attack to a guy to having that guy that they could really go to with quarterback Gavin Barkley down the field, and he was just a complete game-changing kind of athlete on their side. So just adding one wide receiver to a team can make a big difference at the high school level. We can see that, and just having, if you were to only have, like we said, on the Martinsburg side of things, they've been subbing out wide receivers in and out all season. We're going to see Murphy Clement at wide receiver tonight, but they've had Jameer Hunter all season, and he's been able to make a big impact receiving the ball and in special teams returning punts. And obviously in last year's game between Spring Mills and Martinsburg, at Martinsburg, we saw Jameer Hunter get a long touchdown for the Spring Mills side of things. So it'll be interesting to see if Hunter returns the favor the other way tonight.
Yeah, Max Anderson being a sophomore, Keyshawn Cheek being a senior, but he definitely has a pretty decent size for a wide receiver. 5'11", 180 pounds, going up against guys on the other side of the ball defensively for Martinsburg. And Ken Von Williams we'll see playing a corner spot. Avion Blackwood as well, and then rotating safety-wise in that secondary, it's going to be Murphy Clement, Malachi Williams, and Jameer Hunter, who we really saw about 4 weeks or so into the season become a safety along with Murphy Clement, because for those that remember, as Martinsburg takes the field now, donning the white jerseys and gray pants, I kind of like that combination, digging it a little bit almost like Oklahoma State. But back to my point about Murphy Clement, if you noticed it a little bit last week in the second half, he wasn't in as much defensively, and we know he had that season-ending Liz Frank injury last year. You'll hear from him later on in the pregame show, along with Max Anderson on the Spring Mill side. He's still kind of favoring that injury. The recovery process was definitely a difficult and painful one since that injury, but he is back and able to play on it, but it still is lingering, and you can tell that just a smidge, maybe not the way he plays. He's definitely played tough, but he hasn't been active as much as maybe expected, Dylan.
Yeah, I think the Liz Frank injury is one of those things where even when you come back from it and you're able to play, it's not a 100% kind of thing that you come back from right away. It's going to, like you said, Colin, it lingers. If you're a Baltimore Ravens fan, you might be familiar with how Hollywood Brown, Marquise Brown, went through his Liz Frank injury that he had going into his rookie season of the NFL, coming out of Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, he was a game-breaking speed kind of guy, and he showed some of that, but there was still times where he would have issues reaching that top gear, that he wasn't quite able to, have that same kind of speed that he had other times before the NFL, and times that he was able to reach it other times. And we saw it really wasn't until last year that he, in his, I think third season in the NFL at that point, that he was able to really, it seemed like he was back to that full, top fifth gear that he has. So I'm not surprised that this is still affecting Clement, and we'll see how it affects him for the rest of the season.
Let's get back to Spring Mills now. I mentioned it last segment. Want to go over his stats some more because we only really mentioned the fact that he led in carries, but that is Max Anderson, the quarterback of Spring Mills. It was his first career start last year against Martinsburg on the road in that loss to the Bulldogs by a final score of 63-16. But he's really grown in experience. We already mentioned that he's been the leading carrier for rushing attempts for the Cardinals, but he's also been able to really air the ball out too, Dylan.
Yeah, he's gotten 245 yards so far this year. 44% completion percentage. This really is a team that likes to run the ball. You look at the overall stats of what they've done so far this year. They've thrown the ball 66 times. They've run the ball 227. So, I mean, they've been able to have almost 1,200 total yards and 16 rushing touchdowns on the year offensively. And then passing-wise, 271 yards, a touchdown, 5 interceptions. So this is a team that's going to run the ball a lot. And like we mentioned, Martinsburg has a really tough defensive line with those guys up front. Yancey and Reed especially have been incredibly good this year. And then you still have guys like Aiden Fleming and guys like Cam Shallis to come in from the linebacker position, Jimmy Harden as well, Braden Herring off the edge, all guys that can make a difference in the run game. That, if Martinsburg has superior athletes, any time in football when the defense has better athletes than the offense, the run game in particular is really hard to get going because it really is just all athleticism. It's the strength of your offensive linemen, and it's how quick are your running backs and your quarterback if he runs the ball compared to the linebackers, defensive linemen, and the secondary of the defense. So that can be a big issue that Spring Mills has tonight is if Martinsburg truly has the better athletes on the field, which they tend to do in pretty much every game that they play, especially in the state of West Virginia, it could be really tough for them to get their offense going. We saw Washington have that problem where they like to run the ball almost all game long, and they really just weren't able to get much of anything against the front line of the Bulldogs.
All right, before we wrap things up, look ahead to Spring Mill's schedule after Martinsburg. They'll hit the road and take on North Hagerstown, followed by another road game in Pennsylvania against Albert Gallatin, and then end the regular season against University. So we'll take another break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you will hear from the head coach of the Spring Mills Cardinals entering his third season in Josh Sims. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
WV Medicine is pleased to introduce 5 new providers who've joined our medical staffs at Berkeley Medical Center, Jefferson Medical Center, and University Healthcare Physicians. Dr. Joseph Ahn, Oncology. Dr. Paige Anderson, Emergency Medicine. Dr. Akanksha Bardwaj, Hospitalist. Dr. Vignesh Gunasakaran, Neonatology. And Dr. Stacy Hanlon, Anesthesiology. WVU Medicine, growing to meet the needs of our community.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Hi, I am Chuck Hurst, current delegate up for re-election in the 95th District. If re-elected, I will work for locality pay for state workers and continue to support policies that encourage business growth, which creates jobs and grows our economy. I am liberty-minded and will protect our individual rights. We cannot afford to return to failed policies of the past. Let's continue to move West Virginia forward. I humbly ask for your vote on November the 8th. You can find out more at charleshorst.com and follow me on Facebook.
Paid for by the Committee to elect Charles Horst.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the coaches interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford in Martinsburg off 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, I'm now joined on the program by the head coach of the Spring Mills Cardinals, Josh Sims. Coach Sims, last week you guys took on Frankfort. What were the takeaways from your team in that loss?
Yeah, the biggest thing, we took away from our team, and it's the thing we've taken away, in every game we've played this season, which is a huge positive, is the effort. We got a whole bunch of kids out there that are being very coachable. It's obviously a younger team, but, their effort's been supreme, and, at the end of the day, that's the stuff we're trying to establish here and build at Spring Mills. So, we got a lot of young kids, competing with, senior-laden teams, and, again, a lot of that is because of the character they're showing, the coachability, and again, effort.
And I know you have mentioned before only 3 seniors on the team, and last week in that loss to Frankfort, none of them were able to make it onto the field. This week against Martinsburg will be the same, or will those guys be back?
We're actually in the same situation this week, unfortunately. And 2 of those guys are our biggest contributors on defense, and Gavin Jones and Sam Stotler. So once again, we got a whole bunch of young kids. We said at the beginning of the year we're taking this thing, as a development process. None of these kids are down. Spirits are high, and that they're ready to go Friday night.
What's been the mentality all year long for your team?
I keep repeating myself, but it's something we've repeated to these kids, starting in the summer, and that's just high effort and coachability. It's one of those things, you talk about game planning for teams, making wrinkles here and there, especially when you're a younger team, and these kids have handled it very well, for sophomores, some of them even freshmen out there. Mentality for our kids is take it play by play, week by week, game by game, and make sure that we're getting better, each day and each game.
How much have you seen growth-wise from your team, and who's really grown on your team specifically?
We've seen a ton of growth from game 1 to now. There's been a ton of growth. Once again, we talk about him all the time, but Max Anderson's only a sophomore. The running aspect that's come into his game, is something he didn't do much of last year. So there's been a ton of growth there. Actually, his younger brother Xavier Anderson on the defense side of the ball has come in a couple games and really done a good job chasing some things down. Another kid who came out a little late, Keyshawn Cheek, who's also a very good basketball player for us, came out and last week caught a touchdown. The week before that caught a big pass, against Hedgesville. So we've seen some growth from him. Kid Alex Eaton, Jr., played a little bit last year, has definitely been kind of our feature back, and also had a great game defensively last night. So once again, we got a lot of young kids that are contributing in multiple facets of the game. So we're very pleased with the development of our kids.
This week's homecoming week for you guys.
The school's only about a decade old, though, still one of the youngest in the state and the youngest in the eastern Panhandle. But with that being said, how special is it to have homecoming night and a big challenge against Martinsburg?
Oh, you know, when you play Martinsburg, it's always a special game. You know, they're the apex of the the state. So it's one of those things. You know, you're going to remember homecoming, win, lose, or draw. You know, if you can come out and shock a Martinsburg on homecoming night, that's definitely a night you'll never forget. So it's definitely going to be a special game.
What's your team need to do to get the win?
You know, offensively, we got to make sure to engage some ball control. You know, we've been pretty good at that the last couple weeks. You know, if the ball's in your hands, you're in control of the game. So, you know, ball control's been key for us all year, and it's definitely going to be key for us Friday night. You know, defensively, we got to make sure that we're able to get some pressure on the quarterback, and so he can't just sit back there with you know, the talent they have at receiver, and, you know, toss it around on us. So pressure, and always, and I say it every week, and I'm sure everybody does, when you're playing Martinsburg, you got to avoid the big mistake or the big play on special teams. You know, they had a punt return last week as well, you know, against a good Riverside team. So, and the special teams part of it, you got to do your best to, you know, avoid that big damage from a big special teams play.
What else have you seen from Martinsburg?
With their Martinsburg, you know, they got athletes all over the field. You know, receivers are very skilled. They can definitely hurt you vertically, but they can also help you in the short screen game. You know, they got two good quarterbacks. They got a good, you know, wildcat package with one of them, and obviously Bajent, you know, throws it around. Defensively, very fast, you know, all across the board. And as per usual with Martinsburg, their linebackers fill holes very quickly. So, you know, again, they're a classic Martinsburg team, and we definitely got our work cut out for us.
What are your goals for the rest of the season for your team?
Just the same goal we talked about at the beginning of the year, and I already mentioned here, we want to make sure we're getting better each day. You know, we want to walk out of here at practice and make sure we've gotten better at least one thing. So, you know, when it comes to our kids and our approach, and we talked about it right there at the beginning of the year, it's all about development to us. You know, we're playing the long game here. That's not to say that, you know, we're not paying attention to this season, but we want to make sure that these kids develop and you know, are ready to go, you know, not just next week, but also going into, you know, the years to come.
All right, any final thoughts, Coach?
No, you know, again, I keep repeating it, and I sound like a broken record, but I couldn't be more proud of this team up to this point this year. You know, we've had some, you know, very tough, you know, late losses, which sometimes is indicative of a young team. But once again, it's one of those things where, you know, as a coach, you know, really at the end of the day, when you're talking about, you know, young kids and high school athletics, you know, effort's everything, and there's no substitute for it. And coachability, there's no substitute for that. And our kids have definitely shown those two traits that is, you know, paramount and key to, you know, establishing a good culture and creating a good team. So, you know, we're very proud of this team.
All right, thank you, Coach, and good luck.
Thank you.
This has been the Coach's Interview, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg. They became #1 by making you #1 first. We'll continue the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show after this 2-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you can be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show. Tonight's contest features the 5-2 Martinsburg Bulldogs and the 2-4 Spring Mills Cardinals. As we're 40 minutes away from kickoff, we'll now get into the Martinsburg Bulldogs. And for the first time since 2015, it's been a season with 2 regular season losses. That year, Martinsburg finished 8-3 overall, but this year it was a little different than that 2015 season. Both losses this year, the first against Highland Springs by a final score of 34-3, and then the most recent one last week on Saturday by a final score of 36-35 against Riverside, were both home games, Dylan, and the last time Martinsburg had 2 regular season losses at home was 2001. It was a 35-9 loss to Musselman to start that season, and then to end the regular season, it was a 35-6 loss to Fort Hill. Enough with the negative, though, because also since 2012, it's been Martinsburg with the best overall record in the entire state of West Virginia. But this year, being 5-2, it's going to be tough to get home field advantage in the postseason, which Martinsburg's used to, but they still, it seems like, have the best team in West Virginia to get to that 10th state championship.
Right, obviously the 2 losses they've had this year have been to teams from different states, Highland Springs and Virginia, Riverside and Ohio. They put those teams on the schedule for a reason. They know that they're really good teams. They want to be able to test themselves every season and be able to go into the postseason having played some really good teams so that they're ready for teams that aren't on their schedule, the likes of Parkersburg, Cabell Midland, Huntington, teams like that, so that they are ready for them. Because in the EPAC, obviously, there's teams like Musselman, Jefferson, Hedgesville, but it's only a little bit of a taste of what will come in the postseason. So that's why you want to put teams like a Salem, Highland Springs, Riverside on your schedule. So those losses, yeah, they mean you might not, get quite as many home games in the playoffs, but you would still hope that if you're the better team, you could get through a game against a team, even if it's a road game. So listen, this is still Martinsburg Bulldogs. They are an incredibly talented team. They're an incredibly well-coached team. by Britt Sherman, and they have the firepower still on the squad to be able to do great things this year at quarterback, at running back, and at wide receiver. They are still stacked everywhere on the defense as well. That has been the strength of this team, its defensive line.
The motto has been, with Britt Sherman at the helm of this Martinsburg team, we'll play any team, anytime, anywhere. And if you think the schedule is going to get weaker because of the 2 losses, I'm going to call you a fool, because it's been rumored that next year, starting off, it might be Highland Springs.
Wow.
And then Stonebridge might be added to the schedule, is a rumor that I heard as well for this Martinsburg team. And tonight, though, I got to focus on the Spring Mills Cardinals and have to replace guys like Buzzed Over. You still got Sarad Musgrove out. You still got Roman Pearson out. It looks like his time frame is still not to be back until the last regular season game at Bishop Ireton. And then defensively, you still have guys that have really needed to step up in Don Brinkley and Braden Herring. And last week we even saw a little bit of Jaden Kidrick in that linebacker spot. But with guys like Rashad Reed, Xerxes Yancey, and Cam Shalish really leading that defensive charge to stop the run game, which will certainly help tonight. As you already mentioned last segment, Spring Mills loves to run the football. But it's going to be tough tonight against these Bulldogs.
Yeah, Rashad Reed and Xerxes Yancey in particular have been just playing out of their minds. 3 sacks for Yancey, 2.5 for Rashawn Reed, and neither of those guys are even leading the team in sacks. They've been, 3.5 for Braden Herring. And Rashawn Reed has 9 tackles for loss so far this year. Yancey has 4.5 of his own. Yancey's leading this team in tackles overall as well. We saw Cam Shallis was the tackle leader last year. So far, Yancey's been able to outdo him this season in total tackles. So this is a incredibly stout defense for the Bulldogs. Spring Mills is going to have a lot of issues with those guys. It's the athletes on the field. It's just they can fly to the ball so quickly, and those guys on the defensive front are so big and so strong, so powerful, that they can outmatch a lot of these other teams' offensive lines. And Spring Mills in particular, over their tenure of 10 years, it's really been a problem for them to find offensive linemen who can stack up to the likes of a Martinsburg. When it comes to just size, it's you got to work with what you have, whoever your student body is. So some of these schools are going to find deficiencies like that. Spring Mills has tended to have a deficiency on the offensive line. And if that continues into this year and into this game, it's going to be a rough night for the Cardinals because of guys like Rashawn Reed and Xerxes Yancey.
And then on the other side of the ball, Martinsburg, led by Ezra Bajent in at quarterback, a guy that has been on multiple Kennedy Award watch lists around the state. He's had a pretty solid season so far. And what do you expect when he's the brother of Tyson Bajent, last year's Harland Hill winner, and a guy that's leading Shepherd to an undefeated year so far and 4th in Division II football. By the way, you can see Shepherd play tomorrow on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube, as it's the Rams homecoming, and the brand new logo for Shepherd Athletics debuted a few hours ago. And if you haven't seen it yet, either check their social media or tune into tomorrow's game, and it will be on the Scorebug as well as other graphics that we use. But back to Ezra and looking at his stats, Dylan.
It's a pretty solid logo for the Rams, I'd say. But so far this year, Ezra Bajent almost has a 66% completion percentage. He's right at 20 touchdowns, even 4 interceptions on the season. I've been really impressed by Ezra. Obviously, you come into this season, me in particular, this is my first season with TV10, didn't have as much experience watching Ezra Bajent other than knowing that his older brother used to play quarterback for the Bulldogs and is currently the reigning Harlan Hill winner at Shepherd. Seen plenty of Tyson Bajent. He's obviously a great quarterback. So when you hear people talk about, his brother, I think the immediate thought might be, Tyson is Tyson. We got to, don't hold him up to that standard. You know, it's unfair to anybody, which obviously it's a lot to live up to. But I've been really impressed by Bajent this year with his ability to throw the ball, to hang in the pocket and make these throws, especially deep down the field. He has a good, accurate, deep ball. He's able to put really good touch on the ball. He has surprising mobility and ability to evade sacks. He has good pocket presence. Like, he can just hang back in the pocket, even if it starts to collapse around him, make a little bit of an adjustment or a move, and keep his eyes down the field and throw the ball. And he's had to do it with a lot of different receivers. As we talked about, really, Jameer Hunter is the only consistent thing he's had at wide receiver throughout this entire season. Tonight he'll have Murphy Clement. Tonight he'll have guys like Avion Blackwood, Malachi Williams, and who else we'll see, you know, who knows who else we could see at wide receiver. But he's been able to do it no matter who he's been throwing the ball to, and no matter who he's had behind him, in front of him at offensive line, because we've seen guys on the offensive line shift in and out. E.J. Hendricks has been in and out of the lineup with injuries, and we've seen Peyton Kaufman in and out. We've seen different guys on this offensive line, and it hasn't really seemed to affect them.
Yeah, the only consistent guy that we've really seen on that line is Rashad Reed, just quickly glancing up at the starters that I was given, and all the backups right behind them, and Xerxes Yancey, Brady Breeden, Will Bass, and Aiden Fleming are all guys that you've seen start on the offensive line for Martinsburg this year because of the injuries.
Right. The Martinsburg team just barely runs the ball more than it passes the ball. It's pretty close to a 50-50 split. They've run the ball 204 times, and they've thrown the ball 173 times so far this year. So it's somewhere in that 55-45, in between 50-50 range there. And, I mean, when a team passes the ball that much and relies that much on a quarterback for its scoring, there are times where it can come, you might say, oh, they've lost 2 games this year. It's more than they usually lose. Maybe, there was some stuff that, Bajent, he came up short in some big moments. I haven't really seen that. I think Bajent has played really well all season.
All right, we're going to take another break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. And on the other side of that break, you'll hear from Martinsburg Bulldog head coach Britt Sherman, as well as our Inside the Huddle segment, which will feature Max Anderson from Spring Mills and Murphy Clement from Martinsburg. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results believes buying a new home requires a dedicated team that cares about your needs and concerns. Our experienced team is from the area, and we care about this community because it is our home as well. Whether it's a $30,000 home or a $3 million home, we will be hands-on and invested throughout the entire process. Thinking of buying or selling in West Virginia? We've got the tri-state area covered.
Let's go! Drink some beers! beers, Mountaineer Grill and Pub.
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers, Mountaineer Grill and Pub.
You've been in an accident. The choice of a lawyer may be the biggest decision you make for you and your family's future. At Mansion Ferretti, we offer a free consultation and no fees until we win your case. Call us today and protect your future. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Welcome back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the coaches' interviews, brought to you by Parsons Ford off 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsfordofmartinsburg.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, I'm now joined by Martinsburg Bulldog head coach Britt Sherman. Coach Sherman, last week a tough one again at home, a 1-point loss, but what were the takeaways for your team in that game?
Well, I mean, first of all, this season with 2 losses is, not going as well as what, we've had in the past and things like that. But, looking at the bigger picture, playing national and regional games, it's probably going to go to that more often than less. Unfortunately, we were really rolling on the river and running real well there in that first half, and then we just kind of ran out of gas and did some things that were unorthodox and things that weren't real characteristic of our team in the second half of that game. And, going back and looking at it and learning from it, it leaves kind of a stomach sickness a little bit to the end of that game. But in the past, we've had some tough games that we've not really been able to, even try to put ourselves in a winning position like that. And the last couple plays, the field goal, the fourth down we didn't get, and all that stuff wasn't exactly the plays that I really go back and look at. It was those plays before that we could have got it 2 or 3 yards more on third down to get first down, not fumble the snap on third down right before that field goal. So all those things were things that we need to learn from, and hopefully playing these big games will battle test us for the playoffs and these last couple games of the season.
What were some of the positive things that you were able to take away from it?
Well, I think it was mainly that. I mean, being battle tested, playing a really good team. We came in here and we were, doing well in the first half. But I told the team at halftime, this is going to be a 4-quarter battle. It was last season. We went up on them. They came back. Then we were fortunate enough to come back and score a couple late in that game. But our offense is kind of like Bigfoot there in the second half. I mean, it's big and proud there in the first half, and everybody's looking for it, but couldn't find it. So, it's just kind of non-existent. So it was unfortunate that we couldn't put any points at all on the board in that second half.
A couple more injuries for your team last week, but on the other side of that, there's some guys that have been getting healthy and coming back. So where's the standpoint at right now of guys that would be in for tonight's game against Spring Mills and guys that might be out? Well,
we have some linemen that have come back and they've got back into the rotation, but we have a couple of skill guys still that have been out since the first game, and they have some shoulder injuries that they're taking some caution on, and hopefully we'll have those guys back soon, and that would be good. But they'll be still not in game shape and things like that. So the guys that are in are really working hard, and I think we have a great core of guys right now that'll be playing and tomorrow night. And we have to mix some things up offensively and do maybe some changing up with some personnel and just making sure that we have the best 11 on the field.
Because of those injuries in the core that you just mentioned that you guys had, a lot of guys had to step up so far this season. Who are a few of those guys that have really surprised you so far? Well, I mean,
we have Avion Blackwood's a kid that, not a young kid, but he's really stepped up for us, playing a couple different receiver spots and things like that. Zion Grantham has played extremely well, played a great game last game, even catching the ball out of the backfield. We have A.J. Harrison's also been a really good back for us that's played really well. And, on the line, Peyton Kaufman's a kid that has played 3 different positions for us this year, and he's been a real welcome surprise this season for us.
Coach, what have you seen so far from Spring Mills this year?
Well, I mean, they're a lot better coach than they have been in the past, I feel like, and they are young. A lot of teams say they're young, but they're not playing with many seniors, so they got a young core of guys in there that are playing for them, and they're playing really hard, running the ball well at times, and they're playing with grit. And the last 2 games they've lost by a couple points, and it's been like the last series of the game. So they're playing really tough football right now, and just like all the teams in the area, we're going to get their best shot.
What are some things that you need to stop from the Cardinals, and what are some things that you guys need to execute on to get the win?
Well, they have a dual-threat quarterback, kind of like we saw last week. So hopefully we do a better job with that this week in containing him. And, defensively they're going to blitz from different directions and do a couple things with their coverages. So we just have to be ready. We have to play assignment football.
Final few games of the regular season, what are some goals that are still in place for your team?
Well, I mean, all of our goals are ahead of us still. I mean, we still are trying to win the rest of our games. We're trying to get a high seed in the West Virginia State playoffs, and we're trying to play good and peak here at the end of the year. And, so all those goals are still ahead of us despite, 2 losses. So, we're trying to peak. We're trying to do all the little things right. Our fundamentals we work on every single week, and we just need to clean some things up.
Alrighty, Coach, any final thoughts, plans for Saturday and then the discount cards as well for you guys?
Yeah, so I'm running the Apple Trample on Saturday. Hopefully people come out to Apple Harvest. It's a great community event. We do have discount cards out right now. They're $10 a piece. Every player will have those. The players have to sell those to get their travel suits. So please see a player and buy one of those discount cards off the player.
All right, thank you, Coach, and good luck in tonight's game.
All right, thank you, guys.
This has been the Coaches Interviews brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. We'll be back for more on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show after this 3-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Hi, I am Chuck Hurst, current delegate up for re-election in the 95th District. If re-elected, I will work for locality pay for state workers and continue to support policies that encourage business growth, which creates jobs and grows our economy. I am liberty-minded and will protect our individual rights. We cannot afford to return to failed policies of the past. Let's continue to move West Virginia forward. I humbly ask for your vote on November the 8th. You can find out more at charleshorst.com and follow me on Facebook.
Paid for by the Committee to Elect Charles Horst. At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
You've We've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go In the Huddle, brought to you by the Marius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. They're located on 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-4343. I'm now joined by the quarterback of the Spring Mills Cardinals, sophomore Max Anderson. And Max, how's the season gone so far for you guys?
I think the season's gone pretty well. I like the energy and the hard work that we bring into practice and all of that, and the energy we bring to games, but sadly we haven't came out with as much wins as we would like, but I think we're getting things together and finding what we're messing up on and the mistakes that we need to fix.
It's almost been a full year now, you being a starter. It was last year your first ever start as a freshman against Martinsburg. Now you're taking on Martinsburg here this week in this matchup. How much have you grown as a quarterback then up until now?
I think I've grown a lot. I think my confidence level has gone up a lot more from last year, and just my ability to, my leadership and just everything. Honestly, I think from last year I've gotten a lot better.
And we talked with Coach Sims. He mentioned that something that you've really improved on is your running game, trying to become a mobile quarterback, which is something he said that you didn't do as much last year. What have you really been working on this season to improve that part of your game?
Just lifting and just workouts, being able just to move in the pocket and just get out when I need to, and being able to find the hole when needed, and just my alignment. It's really my alignment that really making me look good, because their blocking is looking amazing, and me just finding the hole and hitting it and taking it to the touchdown end zone is just amazing.
Other than your running game now, trying to better your mobility as a quarterback, what do you feel like are some other strengths in your game, and what are some things that you still need to improve on?
What I need to improve on probably is my vision. I guess my vision, looking downfield, keep my eyes downfield. But I think I got a really good, I can pass the ball when I need to, and just the only thing I really need to work on is my vision, being able to really feel.
This week, going up against Martinsburg, what's you and the team been doing so far this week to gear up for the match on homecoming?
Well, Martinsburg's going to be Martinsburg, as I've said before, but we're just ready to go compete and show what we got, and really just go out and show them that, we're not going to let y'all run over us. We're gonna give you our best shot.
How much would it mean to you in the program to finally knock off the Bulldogs?
Oh, it'd be amazing. That's the goal. We want to show that we're able to play, we're able to compete, and we want to win.
All right, any final thoughts, man?
No, I'm good.
All right, appreciate it, Max. As I'm now joined by Murphy Clement of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Murphy, so far this season, you've done a variety of roles. Which one do you think you've really thrived in so far?
Honestly, I feel like they've all sort of worked the same way. But if I had to choose one, I'd probably rather do receiver. But I'll play wherever they need me. So, yeah, whichever one that I need to play, I'll play.
So why do you feel like receiver's the best spot for you?
I feel like it gives me a chance to run the ball if I go in motion, get a handoff, or I can also catch the ball and get open in open space. And Evan can throw me the ball too, so they have to worry about two threats instead of just running or instead of just throwing.
You had the Liz Frank injury last year. You had to recover from it during the offseason and even partially here in the regular season. What was that recovery like for you, and having to work hard and even improve your arm strength? I know you mentioned that during the preseason.
It was frustrating because it was like the surgery and everything was done and I was cleared, but it still hurt like really bad. And it was going to take a good amount of months to like fully heal. So I just have to keep playing on it until it goes away and do whatever I can to keep it good so far.
What are some of the goals that you have in place for you this season that you've already accomplished as well as still want to accomplish?
I'd like to win the championship still. I'd like to win the rest of our games, get top 2 so we can get home field advantage for playoffs, and then hopefully get the Kennedy or the Gatorade Player of the Year.
What are some of the things that you have been working on this week to prepare against Spring Mills?
How do I put this? We're sort of sticking to the basics, trying to, instead of putting a bunch of new stuff in and rebuilding the wheel, we're using the stuff we've been using and just trying to practice it so we get it down packed perfect, so we can just run the plays we're used to instead of just making and doing a bunch of different plays.
What's the biggest difference that you've seen in the team so far from week 1 up until now?
We're a little more like angry, and at the beginning of the year we thought we were the best, so then we came in and got beat by Highland Springs and beat by Riverside, and now we're just angry and very what's the word, like annoyed that we let all that happen, so we're trying to get that back now.
How have you guys been able to use that anger to make it motivation for the rest of the year to still reach that ultimate goal of the state championship?
We've been using it in practice and film and make sure everyone's paying attention and not messing around during practice, and people on the scout team going hard, because if the scout team isn't good, then we can't get prepared for the game. So if the scout team goes hard, then we'll know for the game. So we've been using all that to get ready for the rest of the year.
Alrighty, man. Thank you and good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
That was the In the Huddle segment of the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show, brought to you by the Marius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Thank you to Max Anderson of Spring Mills and Murphy Clement of Martinsburg. We'll continue the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show right after this. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch! The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road. As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community. I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show live from Cardinals Stadium for tonight's high school football action between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and the Spring Mills Cardinals, and we'll now send it to the field where the Spring Mills Marching Band has tonight's national anthem. We welcome you back. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Our crew tonight is Donna Schaffner, as well camera-wise, and Braden Schaffner, Donald Kinney, Spencer Dupuis, John Alderton, and back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini. And let's get into tonight's starting lineups brought to you by Jambo Construction and Fencing, LLC, a veteran-owned company that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452. And we'll start with the visiting Martinsburg Bulldogs. Dylan?
We'll start off with the offensive side. At quarterback, number 13, Ezra Bajent. At running back, number 5, Zion Grantham. Wide receiver, we have number 14, Dominic Brinkley. Number 2, Murphy Clement. Number 7, Avion Blackwood. Number 10, Jameer Hunter. And number 17, Malachi Williams. On the offensive line, we have number 75, E.J. Hendricks. Number 74, LaDainian Weller. Number 54, Peyton Kaufman. Number 50, Rashawn Reed. Number 77, Wes Hancock. On the defensive side, number 70, Aiden Fleming. Number 50, Rashawn Reed. And number 56, Cersei Cianci along the defensive line. At linebacker, number 9, Cam Shallis. Number 8, Jimmy Harden. Number 14, Dominic Brinkley. Number 12, Braden Herring. At safety, Murphy Clement. Number 2, number 17, Malachi Williams. At corner, number 7, Avion Blackwood. And at corner, number 30, Ken Von Williams.
As for the home side, Spring Mills Cardinals, you will run through the tunnel in the middle of the cheerleaders on the field to the near sideline. Offensively, up front, at left tackle, it is Prophet Guillaume. Left guard is Todd Claxton. Center's Braden Kirk. Right guard's Elijah Gaynor. Right tackle's Anthony Williams. Tight end is Nate Graham. And your wide receivers are Cam Taylor Black, Keyshawn Cheek, Zach Bender. The running backs, Alex Eaton, and quarterback is number 15, Max Anderson. On the other side, for defensively, the Cardinals are lined up with Nate Graham, Anthony Williams, Abel Meza, and Xavier Anderson up front. Linebackers are Tristan Davis, Alex Eaton, Nico Lober, and Todd Claxton. And then corners are Zach Bender and Keyshawn Cheek, and the safety is Jason Schreiner. As we await for the coin toss, we will take a 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break have opening kickoff. This has been the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. We're back in 2 minutes.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle, West Virginia, that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, Go Bulldogs.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
To return for the Cardinals, it's number 7, Taylor Black, and number 5 in Bender. Terwilliger on to kick off from the near side hash marks. It's a high end over end kick that will be short and fair caught by Spring Mills on the far sideline, just ahead of the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 Cardinals to start off the first quarter.
I think Spring Mills getting the ball first is a good opportunity for them. If they were able to drive down the field and get a score on this first drive, getting yourself on the board first in front of this Martinsburg team that you haven't been able to beat can be a good momentum builder for you.
Spring Mills breaks the huddle. It's 1st and 10, ball on the Cardinals' 32-yard line for Max Anderson and Spring Mills offense. Anderson in shotgun formation will have a quarterback keeper, charges up the middle, will gain a yard just to the left side of that line before being pushed back by a few Bulldogs to bring up 2nd and 9.
Like we said in the pregame, this is going to be a tough team to run the ball against in this Bulldogs defensive line with Reed and Yancey and everyone else that they have on this side here with Aiden Fleming as well.
Spring Mills breaks the huddle. It's Anderson. Lined up to his right is the running back, Alex Eaton. 2 receivers to the near side, nobody to the far side, so a heavy set, 2 tight end front. It's a quarterback keeper, the speed option, as Anderson decides to keep it himself, run to the far side, and will lose a yard as he's wrapped up and spun around by Cam Shallis to bring up 3rd and 10.
Yeah, they had both sides of the speed option completely sniffed out there. There wasn't any room for him to pitch the ball, and he wasn't anywhere for him to run either.
So those 2 tight ends that were in on the line will now come to the near sideline, and 2 wide receivers will go out for Spring Mills on this 3rd down and 12. Ball on the 30-yard line with 10:45 to go in the first. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side for Anderson. He drops back the pass, looking downfield, feels the pressure, steps up in the pocket. He's going to keep it himself on the far side of the field. Go for the first down marker, step out of bounds, and he got it by a yard. 1st and 10, Spring Mills. Ball on the 42-yard line. Max Anderson picks up 13 with 10.5 to go in the first.
Well, that's what we talked about with how he's been able to run the ball this year. He's the leading rusher on the team, getting himself close to 500 yards rushing now on the season to go with his 10 touchdown runs.
They spot the ball on Spring Mills' 40-yard line, so they say he stepped out 2 yards short, even though it looked like from our angle that he had it by 2 yards. So Spring Mills with a 4th down and 2 to go will keep the offense out there. It's Anderson in shotgun formation. Eaton lined up alongside of him. He gets the snap, pushes forward behind the blocker and the running back, Eaton, and it looks like he got the first down up midfield by about half a yard. They move the chains. Now it's 1st and 10, Spring Mills.
Well, there you go. That's essentially what they've been running this whole time, just keeping the ball in the hands of Anderson, your best player there. So They got the 10 yards they needed. Took them a 4th play instead of a 3rd, but there you go.
Spring Mills breaks the huddle. Twins to each side for the sophomore and Anderson. Eaton this time lined up to his left in shotgun formation. The snap from Braden Kirk goes back, and it's a handoff to Eaton. Eaton in the inside zone read goes up the middle, but immediately being tackled by Jimmy Harded, and LaDanian Weller picks up no yards to make it 2nd and 10.
1 yard there. It's, again, see how well this Spring Mills offensive line does to get some push against the Bulldogs.
Yeah, you and the referee's a little more generous than me. I didn't think he picked up a yard, but it's 2nd and 9, 9:35 to go in the first quarter. It's Spring Mills and Martinsburg still scoreless. The first drive of this evening, and it's Anderson getting the snap, and he's going to run it right up the middle behind his blockers, and will pick up 2 to 3 yards to bring up 3rd down and medium.
I think a big thing for Martinsburg is getting Spring Mills into these passing down situations, 3rd and long, to make Max Anderson throw the ball.
Well, they had a 3rd and long, and they made it a 4th and 2 and picked up that 1st down.
Yep.
Under 9 minutes to go. Spring Mills breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 more to the far side. Cover 0 for Martinsburg, showing blitz on this 3rd down and 7, ball on the 46. Anderson drops back to pass, feels the pressure, spins through 1 tackle, runs to the near side, throws the ball to his open running back, Eaton, and it's caught on the near sideline at the 50-yard line, but it's still shy of a 1st down. That'll bring up 4th down and 3.
That was an impressive play by Anderson to use his legs and avoid some sacks there, keep his eyes down the field, and find his guy out in the flats there.
The offense for Spring Mills will stay out there for the 2nd time. The Cardinals will go for it on 4th down in this drive. 8:08 to go in your first quarter. Spring Mills breaks the huddle. It's 4th down and 3, ball right on the 50-yard line on the near hash marks. Fake the jet sweep, play action pass. It's a screen pass to the near sideline. Caught from Anderson. Going upfield at the 30 on the near sideline and being wrapped around at the 21-yard line. 1st down, Cardinals. And in to make the catch for Spring Mills was number 12, Tristan Davis.
They just completely did not see that coming. There was no one covering Tristan Davis out on the screenplay, and they had those linemen down the field to block for him.
It's a 1st and 10, ball on the 21-yard line for the Cardinals. We have a whistle blown. It looks like we have a sideline warning called against the Cardinals.
I think they got a little too excited there after that big play. It was really 1 block away from being a touchdown as well.
And that'll reset the play clock and allow Spring Mills to go back in the huddle. The whistle blows. It is 7:30 to go in your first quarter. Spring Mills and Martinsburg currently scoreless, but the Cardinals are driving. Anderson in shotgun formation, Eaton to his right, 2 receivers to the near side, a tight end lined up to the right side, flag thrown, false start against Spring Mills. We'll back them up 5 yards, put the ball now on the 26-yard line of Martinsburg and make it a 1st down and 15 for Spring Mills.
This is the last team that you want to start getting behind the sticks against, giving these unenforced errors and self-inflicted wounds.
15 counting down on the play clock. Spring Mills breaks the huddle. Twins to near side, tight end lined up to the right side in Graham. Anderson sends a man in motion. It's a jet sweep to the far side. It's Jason Schreiner cutting upfield. Now it looks like he'll pick up about a yard or 2 and make it 2nd down. And we have an injured player on the field for Spring Mills. With 6:45 to go, it's Spring Mills 0, Martinsburg 0. We'll take a 1-minute break for the injured player. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. We're back in 60 seconds.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market just 5 miles west of Martinsburg to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm running for state senate because I believe it's time to build an even better West Virginia. That starts with a less burdensome tax policy, reliable internet service, a strong education system, and a robust tourism industry. I believe this building starts right here in Jefferson and Berkeley counties.
I ask for your support and your vote on November 8th.
Paid for by Friends of Jason Barrett.
Welcome back to Cardinal Stadium. 6:45 to go in the first quarter. We're still scoreless in this West Virginia High School contest between the 5-2 Martinsburg Bulldogs and the 2-4 Spring Mills Cardinals, as we wait for the injured Spring Mill Cardinal to be helped up onto his feet after that last play. Looks like it is number 61 for Spring Mills, Elijah Gaynor. So the starting right guard will be helped to the near sideline. We'll have to see who goes in to replace him, and it's going to be a tough matchup for whoever that is, having to go up against Rashad Reed, one of the star defensive linemen for Martinsburg.
Right, I think it was going to be a tough enough day with all the starters out there on the offensive line.
Second down and 13 as we wait for Gaynor to come off the near sideline. Spring Mills already ready to go as soon as he steps off, but the head official making sure that the offense waits. It's Anderson in pistol formation, lined up to his right side, and the sidecar is Alex Eaton. Trips to the near side. They send two tight ends in motion to the right side of the line. Some motion up front, flag thrown, so they won't allow for the free play, but it's still an encroachment against Martinsburg. So 5-yard penalty will make it 2nd and 8 ball on the 19-yard line of the Bulldogs.
I'm a little surprised they blew the whistle there, didn't let the play go, but
yep, you could see some frustration from Josh Sims, the head coach of Spring Mills, for not allowing for the free play. But still a 5-yard penalty. As Anderson, after talking with Sims, will jog out from the near sideline into the huddle. 13 seconds to go on the play clock. Spring Mills breaks the huddle with 10 seconds left. Two receivers to the near side, two tight ends lined up on the right side of the line. Eaton to the right side of Anderson. 3 seconds to go on the play clock. The snap off. Play action pass. Anderson drops back the pass. Hit as he throws. Wide open receiver in the middle of the end zone over his head and incomplete to make it 3rd and 8 as Anderson took a shot there, but still almost had the touchdown. In to defend the receiver, Keyshawn Cheek, was Jameer Hunter.
Yeah, he had Rashawn Reed right in his face there. That caused him to have to throw that under duress and just sailed it because he didn't have the platform to throw that from.
6:06 to go in the first quarter, so Spring Mills almost took up half of this quarter. It's still scoreless. 3rd down and 8 to go. Ball on the 19-yard line for the Cardinals. Anderson in shotgun formation, two receivers to each side. He drops back the pass, feels the pressure, steps up. He's going to keep it himself, and wrapping him up is Dominic Brinkley, grabbing a hold of the jersey and eventually being helped out by Jimmy Harden. So the sack will make it 4th down. Excuse me, instead of a sack, they'll call it a tackle, as Anderson, it looks like, was given about 1 yard, make it 4th and 7. Ball on the 18, so it would be a pretty long field goal of 35 yards, and because of that, Spring Mills, for the 3rd time this drive, will go for it on 4th.
Yeah, I think this is a good call. This is a tough field goal here.
Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side, a tight end in the slot on the right side for Anderson. He drops back the pass, rolls out to his right, looking downfield, and the pass in front of his receiver and falls incomplete. So turnover on downs, and Martinsburg will get the ball. 1st and 10 with 5:16 to go in the first quarter. It's still 0-0 after Spring Mills fails to convert on 4th down and 7. So they're now 2 for 3 on 4th downs in the first drive.
We'll see what Bajent and the Bulldogs offense can do now.
And it's Clement in at quarterback. Bajent, one of the receivers to the near side with Hunter. Grantham lined up to the right side of Clement. Clement hands off the ball to Grantham. He goes to the far side, breaks off one tackle, sheds through a second one, still going, finally pushed out of bounds on the far side, just past the yard to gain. We'll see if he stepped out of bounds just shy. It looks like he did, so it'll be 2nd down and 2. Ball on the 26-yard line of Martinsburg. Second down, it looks like Bajent now in at quarterback. Trips to the near side, he drops back the pass, steps up in the pocket, chucks it deep downfield, over the head of Clement and incomplete. That'll bring up 3rd and 2. He had Clement open, but just overthrew him at the 40.
I think that was a touchdown if he doesn't underthrow that. Murphy Clement was wide open, and it would have just been this free safety for the Spring Mills to beat there. And knowing Murphy Clement, I think he would have beat him.
So 3rd down and 2, 4:40 to go. Trips to the near side, one receiver to the far side, Jameer Hunter. And before the ball snapped, Hunter already started his route, so the false start will back Martinsburg up 5 yards and make it 3rd down and 7 with the ball on the Bulldogs' 21-yard line.
And that probably completely changes the play call here, because on third and 2, you can run the ball, but it's 3rd and 7 is a lot more risky to try to run it.
Bajent, shotgun formation, Grantham to his left, the receivers to the near side, one to the far side. He gets the snap. It's a wide receiver screen caught by Malachi Williams on the near sideline. Spins past one tackle, and he'll be about a yard ahead of the first down chain. Excuse me, that was Avion Blackwood with the screen pass. First down, Bulldogs.
There we go, just a little swing pass out from the flat there, and they got some good blocks in front of them.
Blackwood will now be in motion to the far side, so 2 receivers to each side of Bajent with Grantham to his left. He drops back the pass, looks to the far side. It's another wide receiver screen. It's caught on the far side by Hunter. He has space in front of him, blockers as well, down the far sideline at the 40, 30, trying to cut back up midfield. Nobody's going to catch him. 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Bulldogs. 4:06 to go in the first. It is Martinsburg 6, Spring Mills nothing. A 71-yard touchdown pass from Ezra Bajent to Jameer Hunter.
Well, what did we say before the game? Last year's matchup between these two teams on Martinsburg's home field, it was Jameer Hunter getting a touchdown, big long touchdown for the away team, and now he does it again this year with the sides reversed.
So now he's on to hold Terwilliger's extra point, and the kick is up and right through the uprights and good. So 4:06 to go. It's now Martinsburg 7, Spring Mills nothing. A 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Welcome back. It is Martinsburg in the lead, 7-0 over Spring Mills. Brett Terwilliger on to kick off. It's an onside kick to the far side. It goes 10 yards, a flag thrown. Dog pile at the 40-yard line on Spring Mills' side, waiting to see who recovered it. Looks like Spring Mills was able to recover, and we wait for the flag. What was the call? It looked like we might have had an illegal touching before the ball went 10 yards against the Bulldogs. Let's quickly give you our first quarter sponsors. First one re-elect Senator Hannah Geffert this November 8th. Visit senatorgeffert.com for more, as well as Kelly Allstate Insurance for all of your insurance needs. Call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg, as well as Ollie's VIP Northside, the best local spot to catch sports or hang out with friends. Stop by 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Ollie's VIP will see you for the game. So it looks like, due to the flag, we might have another kickoff, I think, is what Spring Mills wants to decide to do, as both teams will switch out the offense and the defense and bring back out the return and kicking teams.
Yep, that's what it looks like here.
So back to return for Spring Mills is Zach Bender as well as Cam Taylor Black. They're lined up on the 15-yard line on Spring Mills' side, and Terwilliger will kick off again. But because of the penalty, it should be a little bit farther back than the 40-yard line, waiting to see where they put him. And he's going to have to back up to the 35-yard line. So he's still going to kick off from the near hash mark, and it looks like we might see another onside kick, as there are 5 guys to the far side, or excuse me, 6 to the far side and 4 to the near side.
I was curious if this was going to change up their strategy at all, backing to kick up 5 yards.
So Terwilliger ready to kick off, and he will kick it deep.
Yep.
This goes over the head of both returners, bounces once at the 1, and eventually will roll into the end zone for a touchback. So Spring Mills will get the ball 1st and 10 on its 20-yard line with 4 minutes to go. It's Martinsburg 7, Spring Mills nothing.
It's a good kick there to get backed up 5 yards and still get a touchback out of it.
That is definitely true. He has a pretty strong foot, as he was converted from the soccer team last year. Has been the kicker for Martinsburg the past 2 seasons. So 1st and 10, Spring Mills. Anderson in the Cardinals offense back out on the field. It's Max Anderson, the sophomore quarterback, in shotgun formation with Eaton to his right, 2 receivers to near side, 1 to the far side. Hand off to Eaton. Eaton inside zone, comes to the near side, and immediately lowering his shoulder and picking up Eaton is Jameer Hunter for the tackle. Gain of about a yard or 2 on the play to bring up 2nd and 8.
These 1 and 2 yard gains, it's hard to get more than that against Martinsburg.
They say it was only 1, so make it 2nd and 9. Ball on the 21-yard line for Spring Mills as they break the huddle. It's 2 receivers to the far side, 2 receivers to the near side. It's Anderson in shotgun formation with Eaton to his left. Sends a man in motion from the far side, and again a handoff up the middle. Cutting back and forth is Eaton off the handoff, and he'll pick up another 2 to 3 yards to make it 3rd down and medium as they spot the ball at the 25. So exactly 3rd and 5 to go with 3 minutes in the first.
Not a bad situation here in 3rd and 5 with the way Spring Mills runs the ball. This, even backed up this far, could be 4 down territory.
Again, twins to the near side and the far side, so same formation as last play. Sending a man in motion from right to left. It's a play action pass to the far side. It's caught on that far side of the field by Keon Mills, and it's a 1st down Cardinals. So Mills will pick up 6 yards before being pushed out of bounds.
I like that play call there, bringing the guy in the jet sweep motion and then having him continue his motion through the snap and bring him out into the flat there so that he can be that first target for Max Anderson. Since he's already on the move, he's already closer to full speed there and can get out away from those defenders.
2 minutes, 20 seconds left in the first quarter of play between Spring Mills and Martinsburg as your Bulldogs lead by a touchdown. 1st and 10, ball on the 32 for Spring Mills. Anderson gets the snap from Kirk, and he'll run right up the middle, past 1 tackler, trying to break through 2 more. Those 2 Bulldogs push him back at the 35-yard line, so gain of 3 will make it 2nd down and 7 to go. Been a lot of ground and pound so far for the Cardinals. For the most part, it was working up until the 3rd, 4th down that they had to go for in that first drive. And it was a 4th and 7 that they were unable to convert. Anderson in pistol formation with Eaton to his right. Fakes the jet sweep, hands it to Eaton, and Eaton immediately being stormed by Rashad Reed, as well as Kidrick and Yancey. So no yard gain will bring up 3rd down and 7 with 1:15.
And this is one of these potential passing situations here. Spring Mills loves to run the ball. Put the more passing situation you put them in, they're not quite as comfortable passing it, considering they don't do it nearly as often.
Spring Mills breaks the huddle, 2 receivers to the near side, 2 more to the far side for Max Anderson with Eaton to his left. Sends 1 receiver from the far side to the near side, so 3 to the near side. The snap back, a little high. Anderson's going to keep it himself. Spin out of a tackle, will be tackled across the 40-yard line and just shy of the 1st down marker. So it'll bring up a 4th down and 1 with 30 seconds to go in the 1st. And we'll see a heavy unit come out for the offense of Spring Mills. We'll see if they go for it or if they decide to just hold off until the end of the quarter, as there was a second difference between the game clock and the play clock, but we'll have a timeout called. Let's keep it here. It is Martinsburg 7, Spring Mills nothing. And it's been a pretty quick game so far because the Cardinals have really decided just to drain as much clock as possible, really dominating time of possession so far, Dylan. But it's Martinsburg in the lead.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the things that is a key to this matchup, is keeping that Martinsburg offense off of the field. Just being able to keep your offense out on the field. Martinsburg can't score if their offense isn't out there, unless you turn the ball over, of course, or you have to punt it away to Jameer Hunter, and of course that can always turn into 6. But control the clock. The ball is in your hands. The game can be in your hands for at least as long as possible. And it's really just been this run attack. They've just been kind of, 3 yards in a cloud of dust at this point.
So Martinsburg called that timeout. They'll have 2 remaining. Spring Mills still with 3. Now it looks like the Cardinals will go for it. They are 2 for 3 on 4th down so far this evening. 4th down and 1 to go for Spring Mills. Ball on the Cardinals' 41-yard line. Everybody, it seems like, for Martinsburg in the box. 2 receivers to the far side for Spring Mills. Anderson, quarterback keeper, goes up the middle, and he has it. Across the 45-yard line, so he easily picks up the 1st down for the Cardinals after being brought back by Blackwood and Brinkley.
It's really just been the go-to play there. QB power, just run straight up the gut with your quarterback, your best athlete, out on the field.
And it looks like that's going to be the final play of the 1st quarter from Cardinals Stadium. It is Martinsburg 7, Spring Mills nothing. Let's take a 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
We welcome you back. It is homecoming night for Spring Mills as they trail the Martinsburg Bulldogs by a score of 7-0, as Martinsburg, in its only drive of the 1st quarter, was able to score off a 71-yard touchdown on a screen pass from Ezra Bajent to Jameer Hunter. And it's the 2nd drive now of the evening for Spring Mills as they've really dominated time of possession, taking over 6 minutes on the 1st drive, and so far, about 4 or 5 minutes in the second drive.
The Bulldogs offense has run 4 plays, and they would lead this game 7-0.
It is 1st and 10 Spring Mills. Ball on the 45-yard line. Jet sweep to the near side. Juking past Herring and then eventually being tackled by Cam Shallis was Zach Bender. A gain of 4 on the play will make it 2nd and 6.
That play looked like Martinsburg had the blocks blown up there, but he was able to get outside and make a little shifty move there and get himself almost halfway to the first down.
A lot of motion to try and trick this Martinsburg defense so far for Spring Mills, as it's Anderson with Eaton to his left, quarterback keeper up the middle, Shallis meeting him at the line, a flag thrown in late as Anderson's wrapped up just shy of the 50. It looks like they'll give him forward progress at the 50 to make it 3rd and 5.
It's a hold.
But we have a flag thrown, and it looks like it will be at holding penalty against Spring Mills. So we wait for the official word from our head referee. We'll pick up his flag, and the ball's backed up into Cardinal territory at the 38-yard line. So make it a 1st down, and looks like about 17 for the Cardinals. So 2nd down, 17. Spring Mills breaks the huddle. It's 2 receivers to the far side, 2 more to the near side. So 4 wide for Max Anderson with Alex Eaton lined up to his right. He sends Taylor Black in motion from right to left, drops back the pass, pump fakes. It's a screen pass caught by Eaton on the near side. He has blockers in front of him down the near sideline, goes past one, loses the ball. Everybody falls on top of it. It looks like E.J. Hendricks might have it for Martinsburg. Waiting for the official word as Eaton tried to go past a tackler and eventually just had the ball stripped out of his hand. Martinsburg saying that they have it. Spring Mills saying that they have it. And it is Spring Mills with the recovery. So the big play will remain for the Cardinals, who have a 1st and 10 in Bulldog territory. Ball at the 33-yard line.
Talk about a bullet. That could have been a disaster there after their second biggest play of the game there.
Yeah, you saw E.J. Hendricks of Martinsburg fall on top of it, but the ball just trickled away from his outreached arm. So 1st and 10, Spring Mills, ball on Martinsburg's 33. 2 tight end front to the left side. It's a quarterback keeper, Max Anderson, trying to find a hole, but Cam Shallis closes the gap, wraps up Anderson by the legs at the 30-yard line to make it 2nd down and 7.
It really is just the way that they're moving the ball. It's really only 2-3 yards at a time, maybe 4 here and there. And that's the reason they're taking up so much time on this clock, is they're getting just barely enough success to eke out all of these first downs.
9:45 to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 7, Spring Mills nothing. 2 receivers to each side for Max Anderson. Eaton lined up to his right. Sends a receiver in motion. It's a read option on the jet sweep. Keeping it is Max Anderson. He'll power his way on the right side. And again, making the tackles, Cam Shallis. But it's another pickup of 4 to bring up 3rd and 4 to go.
There we go. I mean, you get yourself down the field this way. It's one way to do it. Again, but we saw on the first drive that they got down around this area close to the red zone, and then that was when it started to stall out.
That's been the theme for Spring Mills this entire season, as it's a quarterback keeper for Max Anderson. Martinsburg sends the blitz, and it's a sack on the play. In to make the tackle was Herring, and that'll bring up 4th down.
It's already the 12th carry of the game for Max Anderson. They're really riding him right now.
So 4th down and 9. Ball, it looks like, on the 28-yard line. 8.5 to go in the second. Spring Mills going for it again on 4th down.
This is going to be the Spring Mills 25th play on offense already.
Anderson with Eaton to his right. Three receivers to the far side. He looks to that far side. It's a quick slant, caught in the middle of the field at the 20-yard line, and it's enough for a Spring Mill Cardinal first down. And it's Keyshawn Cheek with the reception. 8:07 to go. It's 1st and 10 Spring Mills.
There we go. Again, now they're in the red zone. See if they can keep this up. Only 2 more first downs, 2 more 10-yard chunks here. They can get themselves in the end zone.
Spring Mills so far really churning the clock. Under 8 to go in the second. 2 receivers to each side for Anderson. Eaton to his left. Sends a man in motion. It's a handoff.
Ooh.
Immediately, Rashad Reed just pushes back. That's Cam Taylor Black, I believe, in at running back now. So that'll be a loss on the play. Brings up 2nd down and 12. Excuse me, 2nd and 14. It's a 4-yard loss.
Yeah, big loss there, and that's his 10th tackle for loss on the season.
Some substitutions entering for Spring Mills from the near side as the Cardinals break the huddle with 15 seconds to go on the play clock. It's 2 receivers at the far side of the field, 2 more to the near side for Anderson, with Eaton to his right, back in off the sideline. Some motion up front before Kirk's snap, and it's a false start against the Cardinals to back them up 5 yards and make it 2nd down and 19 with 7 minutes to go in the second, and that one really hurts you after a pretty impressive drive by Spring Mills.
Yeah, like I said, they've only really been getting these yardage in just little chunks of about 4 yards on most of these plays. So backing yourself up like that with these penalties, it only takes 1 penalty to throw that off and not be able to get a first down with these little chunks that they're getting.
Well, on the 29-yard line for Spring Mills, it's Anderson. Shotgun formation behind Kirk is center. Eaton to the right. 2 receivers to each side. He sends 1 receiver in motion from left to right, dropping back the pass. Chucking it downfield, open receiver. And it's caught. Touchdown, Spring Mills. And at the last second, no, they say he was unable to handle the ball as he went to the ground. So Blackwood in on the coverage. And it looked like it was going to be Spring Mills pulling within off the hands of Keyshawn Cheek and incomplete.
I think that ball just hung up in the air just like about a half a second too long. Just underthrown maybe by a yard or 2, where Cheek had to slow down just barely, where Blackwood was able to come in with the coverage.
Yep, he had it, but it looks like when he hit the ground is where he lost it. So that'll bring up 3rd down and 19 for Spring Mills. Ball still on the 29-yard line of Martinsburg as the Bulldogs lead 7-0 over the Cardinals. Spring Mills breaks the huddle. It is 2 receivers to each side. Eaton lined up to the right of Max Anderson. Clock starts, winding down at 6:20. Anderson sets the snap from Kirk. Anderson drops back the pass, chucks it deep again, hit as he throws, and the pass sails out of bounds on the near side, intended for Cheek and incomplete. We wanted the back shoulder catch at the pylon, but that'll bring up 4th down for Spring Mills.
And Max Anderson's hop is limping off the field.
Can see him favoring that right leg, but it looks like he's going to try to power through it and stay on. Just gave a thumbs up to Josh Sims, but you can tell it's slightly bothering him. And it looks like the Cardinals will have to burn another timeout, so let's take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Hi, I am Chuck Hurst, current delegate up for re-election in the 95th District. If re-elected, I will work for locality pay for state workers and continue to support policies that encourage business growth, which creates jobs and grows our economy. I am liberty-minded and will protect our individual rights. We cannot afford to return to failed policies of the past. Let's continue to move West Virginia forward. I humbly ask for your vote on November the 8th. You can find out more at charleshorst.com and follow me on Facebook.
Paid for by the Committee to Elect Charles Horst.
Timeout by Spring Mill, so now both teams have 2 remaining. It is 4th and 19. Spring Mills has the ball going for it as they trail Martinsburg 7-0. Anderson in shotgun formation with Eaton to his right and 2 receivers to each side. Anderson drops back the pass, steps up in the pocket, looking downfield, rolling out to his right, and he's going to be sacked, losing the ball on the play as well. Now it looks like Martinsburg recovering it as Aiden Fleming was in to strip the ball, but it doesn't matter if Martinsburg got it or not. It's still their ball anyway. 1st and 10 Bulldogs with 6:06 to go, and Anderson took a shot on that one, and he's limping again over towards the bench on the near side, so hopefully he's okay. And we already saw him favoring that right leg after the play before the timeout, and now it seems like it might be a little worse.
It looks like he's just trying to walk it off, but he had nowhere to throw that ball on 4th down.
So 1st and 10, Martinsburg, ball on the 31-yard line of the Cardinals. 6:06 to go in the second. It's Bajent in shotgun formation. Grantham to his right, 3 receivers, to the far side, 1 to the near. Hand off to Grantham. Cuts up through the hole on the near side and will be pushed just shy of the out-of-bounds on the near sideline. And they'll say he was down at the 37-yard line, so it'll bring up 2nd down and 4 for Martinsburg.
So again, this Martinsburg offense is still pretty cold here. That was only the 5th play that they've run so far in a quarter and a half.
Bajent in shotgun formation. Looks to pass, pump fakes, steps up in the pocket, chucks it down the middle of the field and in and out of the hands of Clements and incomplete. The 2nd time this evening it looked like it was a foreshore touchdown to Murphy Clements, but again, it's incomplete to bring up 3rd down.
The first one, it was a little overthrown by Bajent. That one was right on the money, and it just went right through Clement's hands. He was wide open again down the seam, running a post route in the middle of the field.
3rd and 4, ball on the 37 on the left hash. It's Bajent shotgun formation, trips to the far side. 1 receiver to the near side is Jameer Hunter. Zion Grantham in at running back to the left side for Ezra Bajent. 7 seconds to go on the play clock. He motions Grantham over to the right side. 3 seconds to go. The snap off. It's a handoff to Grantham. Grantham lowers his shoulder and will be hit a yard shy of the 1st down marker. But it looks like they might give it to him. It will be close. And they do. 1st down, Martinsburg. Ball marked at the 43-yard line. Nope, I was right, 42. 2 receivers now to each side. Ball still on the near hash mark. Bajent drops back the pass, steps up, looking downfield wide open on the far side and caught by Blackwood. Breaks the tackle at the 20, 10-5, and will walk his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. 4:56 to go. It is now 13-0 Martinsburg over Spring Mills on the 58-yard touchdown reception. 2nd one of the evening for Bajent. This time to Blackwood. As Terwilliger comes on from the far side to attempt the PAT.
It was a pretty easy pitch and catch there. There was just no one covering Blackwood in zone coverage there.
Jameer Hunter on to hold. Snap to him. The kick is up from Terwilliger, and it is good. So 4:56 to go. It is now Martinsburg 14, Spring Mills nothing. We'll keep it here and give you your 2nd quarter sponsors for TV10. First one to re-elect Delegate Chuck Horst this November 8th. Visit charleshorst.com for more, as well as Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. Buying or selling a home, call 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. And lastly, your 2nd quarter sponsor is Sutton and Janelle, attorney at law, a full-service law firm for individuals, families, and businesses with all of their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Visit suttonandjanelle.com. Dylan, any chance that you might have a scoring drive summary for us?
Well, it was 3 plays, 62 yards, and a touchdown. 58 of those coming on that touchdown pass from Bajent to Blackwood.
For those of you watching on TV10 now, seeing the replay as Blackwood was able to just shed the tackle after making the catch over his back shoulder for that touchdown of 58 yards. And again, your scoring drive summary brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to cut the car tax. Vote Jason Barrett for Senate. Terwilliger on to kick off. Back to return for Spring Mills is Cam Taylor-Black and Zach Bender. We've only seen one kick deep, and that was after the 5-yard penalty. The last time Martinsburg kicked off, and this time it's an onside kick to the far side, takes a hop at the 50, and it looks like it might have been touched. Martinsburg falling on top of it. Do they have it, though? And by the reaction of Jameer Hunter and Brett Terwilliger, I believe they do. So Martinsburg will get the ball back, 1st and 10 with 4:54 to go.
Yeah, wow.
In Spring Mills territory at the 49-yard line. And that's why you do it, folks. You get the ball back.
That's one way to get your offense some plays in. They're still only sitting at 8 plays run on offense.
It is 14-0 Martinsburg. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Ezra Bajent with Grantham to his right. Bajent drops back the pass, steps up twice in the pocket, fires it underneath, caught by Grantham. Grantham breaks through a few tackles, jukes past another one before being tackled across the 30-yard line. So it is a big gain, 1st down Bulldogs, as they say. He was tackled at the 28 of Spring Mills. So a 19-yard reception.
He just stopped on a dime on that first cut there. That was impressive. Wow.
Underneath, it's caught on a screen to Blackwood. Blackwood only has one man to beat. Lowers his shoulder. Touchdown, Martinsburg. They went quickly, found a dummy receiver screen, and it's the 2nd touchdown of the evening for Avion Blackwood. 4:35 to go. It is now Martinsburg 20, Spring Mills nothing. That one caught me a little off guard, Dylan.
They went quick.
It looked like it was going to Grantham underneath to the near side, but Bajent pump faked and then saw Blackwood right in front of him.
There's a double screen there. They ran the pass with Grantham outside.
And we have a fake. Terwilliger going to keep it himself as a blocker. Is he in for the 2-point conversion? He is! The senior Brett Terwilliger makes it 22-0 after the no-look pass from Jameer Hunter. With 4:35 to go, it is 22-0 Bulldogs. We'll now take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
When I was in high school, I was a troubled kid. Hannah Geffert took me into her family and treated me like her son. Today, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, a college graduate, and have a successful job. Hannah Geffert doesn't just talk about caring for children, she does it. She did it for me. Vote to keep Hannah Geffert as your state senator. She will take care of you too.
Welcome back after the 2-point conversion. Brett Terwilliger on to kick off. It's another onside kick, and it's recovered by Spring Mills at the 49-yard line on the far side. It'll be 1st and 10 Cardinals with 4:35 to go before halftime. It's Martinsburg 22, Spring Mills nothing. But what a trick play on that 2-point conversion. They lined up for the point after attempt. Hunter made it look like he was going to just put it down to hold it, but next thing you knew, he threw it over his shoulder behind him, and Terwilliger was off to the races on that far sideline.
That's a fun play there, huh?
I think it's going to be one that the senior Brett Terwilliger remembers for a while, and I already said that might have to be the highlight for next week's promo. 1st and 10 for Spring Mills, ball on the 49-yard line. Jet sweep to the near side, and Reed read it easily in to make the tackle, wrapping up Keyshawn Cheek for the loss on the play. And that'll bring up 2nd down. A loss of 5 makes it 2nd and 15, ball on the 44.
It feels like Rashawn Reed's tackles for loss are longer than most other defensive linemen. He's getting 4 and 5 yard losses on these tackles. I don't know how he's getting it that far in the backfield that quickly.
Spring Mills breaks the huddle. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. It's 2 receivers to the far side, 2 more to the near for Max Anderson, with Alex Eaton lined up to his left side. Sends Taylor Black in motion, and a flag thrown false start against Spring Mills with 3:50 to go in the second. Will back him up another 5 yards to make it 2nd and 20. Ball on the 39-yard line now of the Cardinals.
I watched Rashawn Reed on that entire play there up to the whistle. It might be a stroke of good luck that they got that penalty, because he was coming right past the center immediately on a swim move.
Braden Kirk having to deal with Rashad Reed, and so far it's been Rashad Reed that has won. So 2nd and 20, ball on the 39-yard line. 3:30 to go before halftime. It's Martinsburg 22, Spring Mills nothing. Anderson sends Taylor Black in motion, fakes the handoff, tries to throw it off him, and it goes off his helmet, intercepted by Martinsburg, and it's a pick 6 touchdown Bulldogs. 28-0 with 3:20 to go, and I believe that's Dominic Brinkley with the pick 6. It went off the receiver's helmet and into Brinkley's hands, and there was nobody near him.
The receiver was not turned around at all. By the time the receiver knew what hit him, the ball was already halfway back to the end zone.
You know, not knowing what hit you, it's usually a figure of speech and not literally, Dylan, but that time it was literally.
I'm sure he felt
the ball into the helmet,
he felt a
and
little
then into the hands of Brinkley.
Little bonk in the back of the head, and looked around, and all of a sudden Martinsburg's in the end zone.
And before we get an extra point, as the ball was snapped, a flag thrown. We wait to see who it's against, as it's Martinsburg leading Spring Mills now 28-0. Now, it looks like it was just because the officials weren't ready, so Terwilliger will now line up for the point after attempt. Hunter on to hold. Snap high. The kick, though, looks good, and it is. So it's now Martinsburg 29, Spring Mills nothing. We'll take a 1-minute break and then be back for more West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
This is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
October is Safe Sleep and SIDS Awareness Month. WVU Medicine, Berkeley Medical Center, and Jefferson Medical Center are joining in the effort to promote healthy sleep habits for newborns and raise awareness about sleep-related risks to infants. The Birthing Center Safe to Sleep team at Berkeley Medical Center and Jefferson Medical Center have both earned distinction as Gold Certified Safe Sleep Champions by the National Safe Sleep Hospital Certification Program. If you are a parent of an infant, the first thing you can do to help create a healthy sleep environment is to clear the crib.
We welcome you back to Cardinals Stadium, and it is Martinsburg leading Spring Mills 29-0 with 3:20 to go in the second quarter. Terwilliger on to kick off to Spring Mills. Back to return is Bender and Taylor Black, and Terwilliger will kick this one deep into the middle of the end zone, bouncing off the eye, and for a touchback. And what a pick six that was, off the helmet of Cam Taylor Black and into the hands of Dominic Brinkley.
I mean, it's a tough break. If you're Anderson, you're throwing that ball thinking that he's about to turn around and look at it. If you're Taylor Black, you have no idea what happened there until it was halfway over. And it's a great break for Martinsburg.
So 1st and 10 now for Spring Mills. Ball on its 20-yard line. It looks like still in at quarterback, I believe, is Max Anderson with Eaton to his left. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 tight ends set as they go from left to right. Anderson will hand it off to Eaton, and Eaton tries to follow the blocks of those 2 tight ends on the right side of the line. He'll pick up a yard before being tackled to make it 2nd and 9.
Obviously, when you get down by this much, you start to think about, how much can we really do this ball control running offense, and when are we going to have to start trying to pass the ball down the field? Obviously, it's still the first half, so you don't really need to think about that on this drive, but it is something to consider that down this much, there probably will come a point in this game where Spring Mills is going to have to pass the ball a lot more than they normally would.
And you can see Anderson still favoring that right leg, has a little bit of a limp in his step. It's 2nd and 9, ball on the 21 for Spring Mills. Anderson drops back to pass, steps up, will roll out to his left, and the pass goes out of bounds on the far side, and a flag will be thrown as it was behind the line of scrimmage, even though he was out of the pocket. He's trying to claim that there was a receiver nearby, and I thought there was too, as it was Cam Taylor-Black going upfield on that side, being covered by Jameer Hunter. So we'll see if they pick up the flag or not, and it looks like they're going to call it intentional grounding. That's a tough one in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the receiver had started going up towards the other, like, straight up the field. It's a tough call, but by the time he threw it over that to the sideline, there wasn't really anyone there.
2:22 to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 29, Spring Mills nothing, and that'll be a penalty backing up Spring Mills for a 3rd down and very long. Ball looks like on the 11-yard line, so it is 3rd down and 19. Are they putting it on the 10? So they put it on the 10. That makes it easier, 3rd and 20. Easier math-wise, maybe not for Spring Mills, for the record. So it's Max Anderson in shotgun formation with Eaton to his right, 2 receivers to each side of the formation. Anderson sends a man in motion in the receiver from right to left, and he's going to lose his footing and be sacked. And it's Dominic Brinkley, the one that made the pick 6 for Martinsburg, will sack Anderson at the 1-yard line to bring up 4th down and a timeout. Martinsburg with 2:13 to go. We'll make it 4th down, and let's keep it here as it's been all Bulldogs, so it seems like it's been the same old in this matchup, Dylan, as Martinsburg has always beat Spring Mills. Spring Mills trails the all-time series 10-0, and Martinsburg right now really putting the beat down on the young Spring Mills Cardinals, who are without all 3 seniors on the roster.
And it happened quick, too. They had that big touchdown there to make it 22-0 after the 2-point conversion, and then the very next play is a pick 6. It's just really tough if you're Spring Mills. And we're still sitting here, Martinsburg, count up how many plays they've run. 10. They've run 10 offensive plays, and they're 28-0 with 2 minutes to go in the first half.
29,
excuse me.
Yep, you almost forgot the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, the 28-yard touchdown on the last play, on the last offensive play.
So it is 4th down and 28. Spring Mills will be punting out of its own end zone with the ball on the 2-yard line. Back to return, Jameer Hunter. He's lined up at the 30. And the punt will be blocked. Diving on top of it is Wes Hancock. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 2:08 to go. Bulldogs now lead by a score of 35-0 over Spring Mills, as the punt was blocked, and falling right on top of it was Wes Hancock.
It's tough there because Spring Mills was almost able to get it back, and if they would have fell on it themselves, it would have only been a safety instead of a touchdown. But it was Wes Hancock was able to fall on it, and all of a sudden, in about a course of a minute and change, we've gone from a 2-score game to a 5-score game.
Twigger on to attempt the extra point. It's up and good. So with 2:08 to go in the second, it's now Martinsburg 36, Spring Mills nothing. We'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
It is 36-0 Martinsburg on top of Spring Mills. Brett Terwilliger on to kick off for the Bulldogs as he lines the ball up at the 40-yard line, far hash mark. Terwilliger, high end over end kick to the near side, fair caught, and they'll say it was fair caught by Spring Mills at the 26-yard line. So that's where the Cardinals offense will pick right back up with a 1st and 10 as they trail by 36 points. And it's been a weird night so far. Spring Mills have been the ones that have really dominated when it comes to the amount of plays and the time of possession, but none of that has really mattered because it's 36-0 Martinsburg, who I believe is only, run a dozen plays, maybe just over that now?
It's still only 10, Colin.
It's still only 10? I thought there was 2 more. Oh, no.
Because the last 2 touchdowns have been defense and special teams.
You are correct. So it's Anderson in shotgun formation. It's a jet sweep to the far side, goes Spring Mills, and it is Jason Schreiner. And he'll pick up no yards. It looks like they might say he lost one to make it 2nd and 11 with under 2 minutes to go in the second.
It only took 2.5 minutes of game time to go from 14-0 to 36-0. That is incredibly rough. Spring Mills was looking good. 5 minutes left in the half, only down by 2 scores, and then all of a sudden everything's just gone downhill so quick.
Yep, we all know that that's exactly what Martinsburg can do to you.
Yep.
2 receivers to the far side, a tight end on the right side of the line for Max Anderson, with Alex Eaton lined up to his right. Read option. Anderson keeps it himself, and he loses the ball. It's picked up by Martinsburg. Do they say that the forward progress was stopped before Anderson lost the ball? It would be another big play for Dominic Brinkley if they give the Bulldogs the ball. But it looks like they're going to say that Spring Mills and Max Anderson's forward progress was stopped to make it 3rd down and 10, minute to go in this second quarter.
Well, this is a tough situation here. Only a minute left on the clock. 3rd down. This is not a team this team has been really the opposite of a big play offense so far. They've been grinding out long drives on their first 2 possessions.
3 seconds to go on the play clock, and it looks like Spring Mills is just going to have to use a timeout. The game clock has been stopped at 51.7 seconds for some reason. A lot of confusion down on the field right now.
I'm not sure.
And some substitutions will be made. Josh Sims isn't happy. On the far sideline, Britt Sherman trying to figure out what's going on, as well as it's Martinsburg leading 36-0 over Spring Mills at Cardinals Stadium on homecoming night. Still a decent amount of students in the student section for Spring Mills. They're trying to help their team for a miracle comeback. You can see a sign there below in the front of the student section. Spring Mills fans might want to cover their ears for what it says, and it says, "At least we tried," as they trail 36-0 against Martinsburg.
Well, they certainly are trying. They're putting their best foot forward here. Like we said, those first 2 drives really took so much time off the clock. Limiting the Martinsburg offense to 10 plays in the first half is normally incredibly successful.
So it looks like they've put more time back up on the clock. It now reads 1:25 to go in the second quarter, as it was at 51.7, but it's still not sure if that's exactly where it should be. But I think the officials are ready to go. Still trying to figure out if they said it was a fumble or not. Spring Mills offense is still out there, so I believe it wasn't, even though you could clearly see Dominic Brinkley of the Bulldogs with the ball. So we're back in action, folks. 3rd down and 10, ball on the 27. 2 receivers to each side for Anderson. Drops back the pass. Martinsburg sends the blitz. He gets past King and will just throw this one out of bounds. Nobody near it for Spring Mills. The closest one to it was Martinsburg's Cam Chalice. That'll be a 3-and-out for the Cardinals and bring up 4th down and 10 with 1:19 to go.
If they called that first intentional grounding, I'm a little surprised they didn't call that one because there was no one near the ball.
But it did go past the line of scrimmage this time, so that might be the only difference in my mind.
The high school rules about throwing the ball away are
not sure
different, but they didn't call it.
But even though it said 3rd down last time, it looks like it's 3rd down now, so my apologies. It's not been a 3-and-out just yet for Spring Mills. 3rd and 10. Anderson going to be sacked by King for a loss on the play as Eric King sacks Anderson at the 22-yard line, so it's a loss of 5. Make it 4th down, and it looks like Martinsburg's going to call a timeout. So let's take a 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Welcome back. It is 4th down. Spring Mills on to punt as it's 4th and 18. Ball on the 19-yard line for the Cardinals. Hunter back to return for Martinsburg. 36-0 Bulldogs on top of Spring Mills. It's a low end-over-end punt. Caught and muffed by Hunter. And he'll pick it up at the 35-yard line and lose the ball. It's scooped up by Blackwood. Blackwood at the 20, 10, 5, touchdown Martinsburg. 57.4 seconds to go. It is now Bulldogs 42, Spring Mills nothing. And that is the weirdest touchdown that you typically see, but we've seen so many weird touchdowns and 2-point conversions tonight that I don't know where to list that one.
I was going to say, that's pretty much a perfect encapsulation of how this night has gone. Muffs the punt, picks it up, fumbles it again, and it ends up a Martinsburg touchdown anyway.
Hot potato. Terwilliger on to attempt the extra point, and again Hunter bobbles it. He's going to stand up, go for the 2-point conversion, and he loses the ball to nobody's surprise. And the 2-point conversion's no good. Martinsburg 42, Spring Mills nothing with 57.4 seconds to go before halftime. We'll keep it here, though, and it's been a weird night so far, Dylan. Don't really know how to fully explain this one other than the fact that it's Martinsburg Bulldog dominance yet again against Spring Mills.
57 seconds before halftime. It's 42-0. And still, the Martinsburg offense has run 10 plays. I don't know. It's incredible. It's hilarious, honestly.
It is. I'm trying to contain my laughter and keep focused because we still have plenty of game left, but it's just been a tough night for the Cardinals, who the first drive had 3 fourth-down attempts. They converted 2 of them, and then the 4th one in the red zone they unfortunately failed if you're a Cardinal fan. Martinsburg was able to score on 4 plays, and then another long drive for Spring Mills. And then Martinsburg was able to score in 3 plays, and since then it's just been really all special teams scoring for the Bulldogs as they now lead 42-0 over Spring Mills, and Terwilliger yet again set to kick off against the Cardinals. Back to return is Taylor Black and Bender. Terwilliger's kickoff will be high and caught in the middle of the 10-yard line on Spring Mills' side by Taylor Black, and it'll be wrapping him up for Martinsburg, Braden Herring at the 15-yard line. So 1st and 10 Spring Mills with 50 seconds to go. Make it 49.7 if you want to be exact.
With how the last 4.5 minutes of this half have gone, I wouldn't blame Coach Sims at all for taking 2 knees here and going into halftime and just trying to just regroup. Just take a deep breath. Get your team to the locker room. But we'll see what he goes for. Just tough breaks everywhere.
And Spring Mills had 12 people in the huddle, but no flag thrown as one will run off to the near sideline. It's 1st and 10 Cardinals. Ball at the 15. Anderson will hand it off to Eaton, and Eaton jukes past one defender, still on his feet, getting some help, being pushed forward, and his forward progress still going. He was initially contacted for a 2-yard gain, and he was able to pick up 5 more yards to make it 2nd down and 2. And we'll have to see if Spring Mills decides that's the final play of the half or not, as there's 20 seconds to go in this second quarter. It's Martinsburg 42, Spring Mills nothing, and you can see Cardinals sideline slowly making their way back to the locker room. 10 seconds left on the play clock. Both teams still out on the field. 3 seconds to go, 2 seconds to go. And it looks like both teams will head back to the locker rooms, and we'll get ready now to send it down to Spencer Dupuis, who is alongside the head coach of Martinsburg, and Britt Sherman. So, Spencer, whenever you are ready, take it away, sir.
All right, thanks, Colin. Down here with Coach Sherman. And Coach, it seemed like it took a little bit for your team to get together, but once they got together, able to put up 42 points.
Yeah, I mean, a little physics there at the first part of the game. We had a little guy up front, and they put a bunch of big guys in front of him, ran right at him, and got some yardage. And then ran the same play on the screen a couple times, and we never adjusted to it. So, a little slow there at first, but then it started piling on with special teams and defensive scores, and guys started flying around having fun.
It seems like we're getting back to seeing what we usually see when it comes to your team, getting the ball and scoring fast.
Yeah, and when you have athletes and talented guys like we do, we can score really, really quick. And we have explosive guys, hungry guys. Avion Blackwood, score a couple touchdowns and pick up a punt return fumble. And I told Jameer, if you don't want it, Avion will take it. So, it's just good to see that.
It'll be more of a JV game in the second half?
We got to get a couple drives in with our offense. We haven't played an offense. I think it was 23 snaps there toward the end of the half. We didn't play an offensive snap. So we got to get some practice in offensively, and then we'll see what the young guys can do.
All right, thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second half.
All right, thank you, guys.
Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer and Coach Sherman. As you heard there, 23 straight snaps without an offensive snap for Martinsburg as they lead Spring Mills 42-0 at the half. We'll take a 2-minute break, then on the other side of that break, be back for the halftime show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road. As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community. I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
Cardinal Stadium at Spring Mills High School. At the half, it is Martinsburg 42, Spring Mills nothing. And your halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. Colin McLaughlin here for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Alongside me on the call is Dylan Bishop. Our crew this evening, who I want to give a big shout out to for the hard work that they've put in all season long, is Donna Schaffner, as well as John Alderton, Spencer Dupuis, Donald Kinney, Braden Schaffner, as well as back in the studio, Nick Verzolini. As it is homecoming night for Spring Mills. For those of you watching on TV10, you can see the homecoming court being brought out in different vehicles, a lot of pickup trucks and a convertible too along the track. As we wait to hear from the PA announcer for the homecoming court, we will send it down to them so that you can hear the homecoming festivities. But right now, let's go over what we saw so far. Whenever you're ready, let me know, Dylan, for the first half stats, which are brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, reminding you, don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158.
Yeah, so on the Spring Mills side of things so far, Max Anderson passing the ball is 5 for 11 with 75 yards and interception. 12 carries for Max Anderson for 31 yards. And it's really been a tough time getting things going. Only 6 for 14 is Alex Eaton running the ball as well. On the Martinsburg side of things, Ezra Bajent is 5 for 7 passing the ball with 184 yards and 3 touchdowns. Zion Grantham, 3 carries for 18 yards, and the big receiver on the day so far is Avion Blackwood, 3 catches for 93 yards and 2 scores. And also a punt return touchdown for Blackwood, and then also 1 catch for 71 yards and a touchdown for Jameer Hunter. But the big thing that we take away stat-wise in that first half is the total plays for both teams. Do a little quick math here. 23 runs and 11 passes for Spring Mills. That's 34 plays on offense for the Cardinals and 10 offensive plays for the Bulldogs, and they lead 42-0.
Yeah, we just need to wait and see what they officially call Avion Blackwood's touchdown. Not sure if it's going to be a punt return for a touchdown or if it's just a fumble recovery, because it was Jameer Hunter that originally muffed it, then picked it up, then fumbled it again on that punt return, and then eventually it was scooped up by Avion Blackwood, who was off on that far sideline and eventually found his way into the end zone. As we still wait for the homecoming court to exit all the pickup trucks in the one lone red convertible at the end, so that we can send it down to the field and the PA announcer and hear tonight's homecoming festivities for Spring Mills, as Martinsburg's on top at the half, 42-0 over the Cardinals. And after the homecoming ceremonies, we will take a break, and then on the other side of that, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini with some scores around the state for West Virginia high school football, as there's a few EPAC teams in action, including the Washington Patriots against the Preston Knights, and the #1 team according to the WVSSAC playoff ratings, Musselman Appleman taking on Wheeling Park Patriots, who I believe are 14th in the ratings. So we'll get ready to see the homecoming court as we're down to the final two vehicles for the court to exit out of, as it looks like we have two members of the junior ROTC at midfield, as well as a member of the Spring Mills faculty with a bouquet of flowers to prepare for the homecoming court. As all of them are finally out of the vehicle, and I'll see if we can hear the PA announcer so that we can hear tonight's homecoming festivities for Spring Mills High School, a school that has only been a school for a decade now. 10 years ago was the first year of Spring Mills High, as we mentioned earlier, that they were searching for the first win against Martinsburg. And as of right now, it looks like they're most likely going to still have to search for it. And let's now send it for the homecoming court festivities.
Richmond homecoming Lord and Lady. Kalia King, escorted by Nicole Sula, Thomas King.
Yeah, that's Talia. Our Talia. And that's her girlfriend. Talia gay?
I didn't know she was gay. This is news to me. It's news around.
The Holiday, escorted by grandmother Deborah Baker and father Walter Holiday. Sophomore Duke and Duchess. Jacob DeHaven, escorted by his mother Jackie Richard.
42-0 is crazy, bro. I've never gone to a game. I don't one Friday night game. We won one Friday night game at school. 42-0. I'm going to be 100.
Jaden Junkin, escorted by her parents, Madeline and Sam Junkin.
Alrighty, as we will now take a 2-minute break. If Nick, you're ready to go back at the studio, and on the other side of that break, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini with the Extra Point Halftime Scoreboard Show. Here it is Martinsburg 42, Spring Mills nothing. You are tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
When I was in high school, I was a troubled kid. Hannah Geffert took me into her family and treated me like her son. Today, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, a college graduate, and have a successful job. Hannah Geffert doesn't just talk about caring for children, she does it. She did it for me. Vote to keep Hannah Geffert as your state senator. She will take care of you too.
Fall into a new career you'll love with WVU Medicine. On Thursday, October 20th, WVU Medicine is hosting a hiring event 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the Health Sciences Center on the Berkeley Medical Center campus in Martinsburg. Speak to recruiters and hiring managers about opportunities in patient access, radiology, nursing, and more. To RSVP, check us out on LinkedIn or our Facebook page at WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Centers. We hope to see you there.
We welcome you into the halftime scoreboard update, the Extra Point Scoreboard Show, brought to you by Wayne Clark. Delegate Wayne Clark for the 99th District, proudly working to advance opportunities for all of West Virginia. Vote Wayne Clark in November. Our score here currently at the half, the Martinsburg Bulldogs leading over Spring Mills 42-0. Other scores from around the EPAC, number 1 ranked Musselman trails Wheeling Park currently 13-0. And then Preston leading Washington right now 7-0. Jefferson on bye tonight, along with Jefferson's on bye, so they don't have a game tonight. And then, of course, the other school on bye that I just can't think of, Hedgesville. Hedgesville's on bye tonight. That was the other team I couldn't think of. So those two teams on bye tonight, so they're not in action. Parkersburg South leading Morgantown currently. Good game there, 27-20. And there's a lot of action here toward the top that we're paying attention to, especially if you're a Martinsburg fan, because the Bulldogs, obviously being a 2-loss team, are in kind of a tough situation to potentially get that bye, or at least multiple byes or home games in the, or not the bye, but the home games in the playoffs is the key here. There are no byes, but Park South kind of on the ropes against Morgantown. A win for Morgantown would be huge for Martinsburg. Hurricane and Cabell Midland going at it. Hurricane looks like it's going to get the win there, leading 20-7 here at the half. So if the Redskins hold on, then, I mean, that's still a good Hurricane team. That doesn't help too much, but it's a team ahead of Martinsburg, falling in Cabell Midland to 2 losses. Huntington currently leading, but a close game, 13-7 against Parkersburg. So again, another team in that top 4, kind of in a dogfight right now. This one doesn't really affect the Dogs, but it could affect some other EPAC schools between Princeton and Beckley. 35-7, Princeton on top there. And then Oak Hill leads Buchanan Upshur 10-7, just kind of another close game. But looking at some other schools there in the top 10, George Washington holds a 30-0 lead over St. Albans. Spring Valley's winning big right now, as expected in their matchup. So they're up 21-0 on Capital. And those are kind of the scores right now around the state that we're keeping an eye on. We'll have all the AAA scores when they go final in the post-game show, but that does it pretty much for us here back in the studio. We will take another 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, we'll hear from Colin McLaughlin and Dylan Bishop, who are going to bring you the second half of Martinsburg and Spring Mills.
Hello, my name is Wayne Clark. I've learned and accomplished a lot in my first 2 years as your representative in the West Virginia State House of Delegates. I've sponsored or co-sponsored 27 bills that became law in my first term, from education to energy to protecting the Second Amendment and the rights of the unborn to supporting small businesses. I thank you for the faith you had in me to represent you, and I humbly ask for your vote again this November. Wayne Clark, candidate for House of Delegates, District 99, paid for by Clark for WV.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Welcome you back to Cardinal Stadium. At the half, it is Martinsburg on top of Spring Mills, 42-0. We about have 6.5 to go left on the halftime clock. Probably add 3 more minutes onto that at the end of it to allow both teams to stretch if they choose to do so. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop for Talk Radio WR and RNTV10. Our crew tonight is Donna Schaffner, Braden Schaffner, Spencer Dupuis, Donald Kinney, John Alderton, and Nick Verzolini. Let's now get into some second half adjustments, and since we didn't get our keys to the game, our second half adjustments will be brought to you by the Heffley Motor Company. The next key to your next car is at the Heffley Motor Company, located at 993 Hedgesville Road in Martinsburg. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Spencer rides with them, so you should too.
I'll say on the Spring Mill side, the adjustment is to just get things under control, hold on to the football, because you were in control of the clock in this game, not necessarily the game because you were still down 14-0, 7-0. But those first 2 drives that they put together, they used up a lot of clock. They were able to get a lot of plays, and if they can get back to that, they can keep this game from getting further out of hand than it already is. And on the Martinsburg side of things, really the adjustment is to, if you get your offense out on the field more, just get them some reps in. Like you said, Coach Sherman said, even though the score is pretty far out right now, we're going to see some drives of the offense because they didn't get many game reps in. They had 10 plays. So get your team some reps in there. That's the adjustment, and then we'll see how long before we start seeing some JV players.
Yeah, I guess one thing that the Martinsburg coaching staff can be happy with to get those reps in for the offense is that the Bulldogs do get the ball to start the second half, as Spring Mills did win the toss at the start but elected to receive. So Martinsburg will get the ball to start this second half as they lead 42-0 over Spring Mills. And we have some interesting ones around the state score-wise, as you just heard from Nick Verzolini, and it's Musselman trailing Wheeling Park, and it was Washington as well trailing Preston. But some other games that are not EPAC related that were pretty interesting was Morgantown only trailing by a touchdown against Parkersburg South, and then Hurricane up 2 scores against Cabell Midland, who's number 3 in the state, after Cabell Midland were the ones to upset Spring Valley last week. So we might see some more shifting up top in the standings possibly if those results stand, and that obviously helps Martinsburg, who right now is tied for 7th. They'd be the 8th seed if the regular season would have ended today. They would have had to play round 1 at home against Jefferson, and from there they would have had to be road warriors unless there were some upsets around. But obviously, season is not finishing today. We still have 3 more games left, including this one for Martinsburg. Next week they are at Jefferson, who is on a bye week this week, and then Martinsburg will have its bye after that Jefferson game, and the final game of the season is at Bishop Ireton, a new team on the schedule for the Bulldogs, as they come out of the fence on the far side of the field and will jog its way onto that far sideline to get some warm-up stretches in. But that should be a fun one too. New team, even though Bishop Ireton is struggling, only has 1 win so far this year. It'll be a neat trip down in Alexandria, Virginia, to get to see a new school and a new area for us, Dylan, for Martinsburg as well.
Yeah, that should be a fun trip. I think it'll be a good time there. Some of the scores are interesting. The Cabell Midland and Hurricane. One of those teams will go down 2 losses, which I mean, right now, as it stands, Martinsburg is the highest-ranked two-loss team in the rankings, so that's a potential there for them to move up one spot no matter what happens there in all of the rest of the other games.
Also, we want to apologize for those that were trying to watch the homecoming court activities at the half. Just decided to go to break because we were getting some extra noise from down below. The crowd mic was picking up more than just the PA announcer, so again, we apologize for that. And before we get ready for the second half kickoff, we'll take our final 2-minute break on the Mansion Freddie Law Firm halftime show. It is Martinsburg 42, Spring Mills nothing. A 2-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football and talk radio WRNR and TV 10.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. Mountaineer Grill and Pub located at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway in Martinsburg. It will be Martinsburg to receive the second half kick from Spring Mills. It is 42-0 Bulldogs over the Cardinals. Spring Mills will be kicking on the left side, defending the left side end zone. Martinsburg will be defending the right side end zone to start off the third quarter. We'll finally possibly get to see the offense back out on the field for the Bulldogs, as they've only had 10 offensive plays so far, even though they lead 42-0. Or we've seen it before, maybe not on the kickoff, but on the punt game, a few returns for touchdowns. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here.
Right, if they send this one back to Avion Blackwood, or Jameer Hunter, then there's no guarantee that the offense will see the field.
Yeah, Blackwood all by himself. He's the deepest one back to return it. He's lined up at the 10-yard line, but you can see Hunter at the 25-yard line on the near sideline, and the kick will be onside, and falling on top of it is Malachi Williams at the 48-yard line of the Bulldogs. 1st and 10 from there.
I think they might have just went for the onside kick there, if not only to try to get the ball back, but to prevent any sort of return there.
So 1st and 10, Martinsburg. It is 2 receivers to each side for Ezra Bajent, with Zion Grantham to his left. Bajent in shotgun formation behind the center, Peyton Kaufman. Kaufman snaps it back to Bajent. Bajent drops back the pass, chucks it deep to the far side, has a man open, and he overthrows the receiver. Falling down is Murphy Clements, and the ball goes incomplete to bring up 2nd and 10, as Clement will hop back up and jog back to the huddle. 2nd and 10 with 11:51 to go in the third.
You can see part of that of Martinsburg not having many plays on offense. The connection between Bajent and Clement really hasn't been able to get anything going so far today.
So again, 2 receivers to each side for Bajent. Grantham to his left. Hand off to Grantham from Bajent. Grantham has space, cutting to the near sideline, across the 35, at the 30, has a blocker in front of him. It's Brinkley, and he'll eventually be tackled across the 15 at the 13-yard line. So a pickup of over 20 yards makes it 1st and 10 Bulldogs. 11:41 to go in the third. It's still 42-0, but the Bulldogs are in the red zone early in this third quarter.
Grantham only had 3 carries for 18 yards in the first half, and then his first carry of the second goes for 39 yards.
2 receivers to each side of Bajent. Grantham to his right. He sends Clement in motion. Play action pass, quick slant, caught by Hunter, and he's going to walk his way into the end zone, shed a tackle, touchdown, Martinsburg. 11:21 to go in the third. It is now Martinsburg 48, Spring Mills nothing.
There's a good little fake there to make them think that they might just a little bit ahead. And he has a knack for breaking those arm tackles that you wouldn't think from a guy that isn't incredibly big. He's obviously fast, but he's slippery.
Terwilliger's extra point is up and good. So the score now, Martinsburg 49, Spring Mills nothing. Let's take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com. At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Welcome back. 11:21 to go in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 49, Spring Mills nothing. Brett Terwilliger's kickoff, high end over end, and bounces to the back of the end zone for a touchback. So it'll be Spring Mills with a 1st and 10 on its 20-yard line. Let's quickly give you our scoring drive summary brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to cut the car tax. Vote Jason Barrett for Senate.
Yeah, 3 plays for 52 yards and a touchdown, so not much added on to that 10-play total of offensive snaps for the Bulldogs. And that first one was an incomplete pass, so really 2 plays to get those 52 yards.
Yep, and 43 seconds off the clock on that drive, too. So 1st and 10, Spring Mills. It is Anderson in shotgun formation. Hands it off to his running back. He'll go past King, but being eventually wrapped up by 2 offensive linemen and the linebacker, Dominic Brinkley. It'll be a gain of 1 for Spring Mills to make it 2nd and 9.
And still, they haven't gotten a lot going in the run game. You can see Max Anderson still not at 100%, just a little bit of a limp when he walks, when he runs. So I have to think that affects how many just direct snaps he gets.
Yep, it's Cam Taylor-Black in at running back now instead of Alex Eaton. So he's the one that made that last carry. He's lined up to the left side of Anderson now. He'll get the handoff, bounce off a few tackles, eventually be wrapped up by E.J. Hendricks, just shy of the first down marker. And they'll say his knee was down at the 28-yard line to make it 3rd down and 3 with 10:15 to go in the third.
I think that's the second longest run of the day for Spring Mills. Max Anderson had an 8-yard one on a scramble. That wasn't even a designed run. So for designed run plays, that's their longest of the day.
Spring Mills will break the huddle with 10 seconds to go on the play clock, and it's winding down to 5. 2 receivers to the far side, a tight end to the near side on the right side. Hand off to Eaton. Eaton tries to find a hole, but it goes nowhere. Looks like Martinsburg might have been able to stop him, or did he get a second effort just enough for a first down from Alex Eaton for Spring Mills? Looks like he did. He was able to just put his arm down and stay on his feet to pick up the first down for Spring Mills. Ball on the 31-yard line.
Yeah, Cam Chalice got back into the backfield there quickly, but a good second effort was able to get him past the sticks.
9:27 to go in the third. It's 2 receivers to the far side for Spring Mills, a tight end to the near side for Max Anderson, with Taylor Black lined up to his left. He hands it off to Taylor Black, and Taylor Black's going to get tripped up by Reed and Harden for a gain of half a yard to bring up second down.
There's just too much strength on this Bulldogs defensive line to get much of anything going. And then you factor in the linebackers coming in behind them like Chalice and Harden. It makes it so hard to run on this team. They're giving up less than 70 yards a game running the ball.
So now the receivers will swap sides. It's 2 receivers to the near side, the tight end lined up to the far side. Quick handoff off the snap from Max Anderson into the stomach of Cam Taylor Black, and he's going to be tackled for a loss unless they give him forward progress first. As you could see that he was pushed back a yard, but it looks like they'll give him the forward progress to make it third down and a very long 9.
You can tell that the injury to Max Anderson that he's playing through is affecting this offense. They ran the ball 12 times with Anderson in the first half, and I think it's incredibly limited now what they can do with him.
8 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 49, Spring Mills nothing. Anderson with 2 receivers to the near side, sends one in motion. It's a jet sweep, hand off to the far side, trying to cut up fields, Jason Schreiner, and he's going to lose yards on the play. A loss of 4 will make it 4th and down and 12.
That was Avion Blackwood getting back in the backfield there for a tackle for loss. How about the game from Blackwood? Now he's making plays on all 3 phases of the game, picking up that fumbled punt and taking it back for a touchdown, and then he has 2 receiving touchdowns as well.
Jason Shiner loses a few yards, so it's 4th down and 13 with 7:20 to go in the third. Spring Mills will be punting. Back to return for Martinsburg's Jameer Hunter. Snap, and the punt almost blocked. It's a high end-over-end punt that is short. Caught by Hunter at the 45-yard line of Spring Mills, and he's going to go upfield for 5 yards, slips through a tackle, but eventually will be tripped up by his right shoe and tackled at the 40-yard line of the Cardinals, so it'll be 1st and 10 Martinsburg.
You can just tell the way that Jameer Hunter runs with the ball on a punt, and really when he receives the ball too. There's no play with the ball in his hands that he doesn't think can't be a touchdown.
1st and 10, ball on the 40-yard line for the Bulldogs. It is 49-0. Bajent in shotgun formation. 2 receivers to each side. Harrison in running back to his left. Play action pass. Far side, and it's incomplete. Overthrown from Bajent. Intended again for Murphy Clement to bring up second down.
They ran an out and up that time with Clement. Ran about 5 yards, went out, and then turned back up the field. But again, it was just a little thrown by Bajent. I think that's 4th target now for Clement, and they've all been incomplete.
7 minutes and 1 second to go in the third. It is 2nd down and 10 for Martinsburg. Twins to the near side. 1 receiver to the far side. Bajent hands it off to Harrison. Harrison has a hole up the middle. He's out at the 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 6:52 to go in the third. The Bulldogs now lead by a score of 55-0 over Spring Mills, and it was A.J. Harrison finding the hole up the middle for 6.
And that's his first carry of the game. Man, what is it about the Bulldogs offense? They just don't feel like playing today. They've just decided they're going to score as quick as possible every time. Give themselves some breaks.
Who can blame them? Brett Terwilliger on to attempt the extra point. The hold looks good from Jameer Hunter. The kick is up right through the middle of the uprights and good. 6:52 to go. It's Martinsburg 56, Spring Mills nothing. A 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar and Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar and Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
We welcome you back to Cardinal Stadium. Martinsburg has dominated this matchup against Spring Mills so far. The Bulldogs now lead 56-0 after the A.J. Harrison touchdown run. Brett Terwilliger on to kick off. He's lined up for an onside kick on the near side. And instead, we'll just send a pooch kick, high end over end, fair caught at the 29-yard line by Spring Mills on the far side. That's where the Cardinals offense will have a 1st and 10 with 6:52 to go in the third quarter.
I'm going to do some math for you here in a second here, Colin. I'm going to figure out how many yards per play the Martinsburg offense is getting right now.
All right. While you wait for that, Spring Mills will break the huddle. 1st and 10 on the 29 is Anderson in shotgun formation with Cam Taylor Black to his left. 2 receivers to the far side, a tight end to the near side. Hands it off to Cam Taylor Black. Taylor Black jukes past King. But right behind King in to make the tackle was Xerxes Yancey. A loss on the play of 3 yards to bring up 2nd and 13. 6:36 to go in the third quarter. And another tackle for a loss this evening for Martinsburg, this time by Xerxes Yancey. The defensive line has feasted on Spring Mills Cardinals tonight.
18.4 yards per play for the Martinsburg offense right now. Almost 2 first downs on the same play. It is absolutely insane.
2nd down and 12. Spring Mills, Anderson dropping back the pass. It's a screen pass caught underneath, but it's only going to gain 2 yards from Cam Taylor Black. He gets just shy of the 30-yard line. It looks like he did have the nose of the ball on the 30-yard line, so that'll bring up a 3rd and 9.
And if we take out the incompletions, the 5 incompletions that Ezra Bajent's had so far today, the plays that have actually gone for positive yardage, 10 plays, 276 yards, 27.6 yards per play.
Spring Mills breaks the huddle, 10 seconds left on the play clock. 2 receivers each side for Max Anderson. Lined up to his left at running back is Cam Taylor Black. Snap from Braden Kirk. It's a halfback draw, and Martinsburg was ready for it. LaDanian Weller tackles Taylor Black for another loss. It's a 3-and-out for the Cardinals to bring up 4th and 10 with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 56, Spring Mills nothing.
And it looks like they're just going to have to punt this one away. 4th and 10, the field position is just not in your favor, even down by this much.
Jameer Hunter back to return for Spring Mills, for Martinsburg. Snap goes through the legs of the punter. Diving on top of it at the 4, he loses it. Martinsburg recovers. Falling into the end zone is Xerxes Yancey. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 4:37 to go in the third. It's now Bulldogs 62, Spring Mills nothing.
And it's another touchdown that the offense didn't even have to get out on the field for. It is just all 3 phases of the game right now for Martinsburg is just absolutely on fire.
Brett Terwilliger on to attempt the extra point. On to hold is Jameer Hunter. The snap is a little bit high, but Hunter able to bring it down. The hold looks good. The kick is up, and that one is good as well. 63-0 now. Martinsburg leads Spring Mills. We'll be back in 1 minute. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Welcome back to Cardinal Stadium. Martinsburg on top of Spring Mills, 63-0 after the scoop and score by Xerxes Yancey. Kickoff caught at the 12-yard line by Spring Mills on the near sideline. The return man, Keyshawn Cheek, will bring it out across the 25 before being tackled at the 26-yard line by Martinsburg, so it's a 1st and 10 Cardinals.
It's just been tough for Spring Mills to do much of anything on offense when the majority of what they were getting going in the first half, early in the first half, was from Max Anderson. And he's clearly just not able to be the same guy that he was early in this game with whatever lower leg injury he's dealing with right now.
Anderson in shotgun formation. Alex Eaton back in at running back to the right side of Max Anderson, who has 2 receivers to the far side and a tight end on that side as well. Anderson hands it off to Eaton. Eaton tries to find a hole, find space to the right side of the line, but immediately is met by Fagan and King after the 1-yard gain to make it 2nd and 9.
Again, you're at the point here now. This is when you start looking out on the field here. When are we going to start seeing some of these backup players, make sure guys don't get hurt? See Cam Shallis out on the field still. I wouldn't doubt if this is his last drive that we see out on defense.
9 in the box for Martinsburg, ready to send some pressure against Spring Mills. Snap from Kirk. It's a handoff from Anderson to Eaton, and Eaton again wrapped up by Fagan as well as Rashad Reed. No yards gained. It'll bring up 3rd down and 9 from the 27-yard line for the Cardinals.
This front line of Martinsburg is just too stout against this offensive line of the Cardinals to get anything, be able to do anything in traditional run plays. It was really only when they were able to have that extra blocker using the running back as a blocker and have Max Anderson running the ball when they could kind of get those numbers to get some yards.
Yeah, and he still limping on that right foot, so you probably won't see him run the ball much again tonight unless he's forced to. And it's another handoff to Eaton. Eaton lowers his shoulder, pushes the defender forward, and it's Cam Shallis who just brings him right back. It's a 1-yard gain to bring up 4th down, ball at the 29-yard line, so they give him 2 yards, make it 4th and 7. But again, another 3 and out for Spring Mills.
I guess we'll just see Max Anderson stay out here for a pooch punt now.
Back to returns Jameer Hunter. Anderson trying to get somebody to go off sides. His punt's really short, will bounce, roll back to the 50-yard line. Hunter backs off of it. It's going to be downed at Martinsburg's 49-yard line. So 20-yard punt. Excuse me, a 30-yard punt, my apologies, will make it 1st and 10 for Martinsburg.
And it looks like we're going to see Murphy Clement start this drive out at quarterback.
2:15 to go in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 63, Spring Mills nothing. 2 receivers to each side for Murphy Clement. As Dylan just mentioned, in at quarterback. Believe in at running back now might be Nick Buskey.
Yep.
Play action. Wide receiver screen to the far side. It's caught, but immediately being wrapped up across the 50. Forward progress will put him at the 47-yard line. Trying to see who made that catch. I think it might have been Malachi Williams. Was either him or Brinkley, I think.
Couldn't quite tell there. Might have been Brinkley.
So that'll bring up 2nd and 6. 2 receivers to each side for Clement. High snap. Hands it off to Buskey. Buskey bounces off 2 tackles. Trying to shed off a third, and he's going to be pushed backwards by 5 Spring Mills Cardinals, but forward progress puts him at the 42-yard line to make it 3rd down and 1 for Martinsburg. Minute 15 to go in the third.
A solid little run there by Nick Buskey. It looked like he might have been wrapped up there, but then he was able to just make a little extra move.
Blackwood will be substituted in for Martinsburg is Eric King.
Looks like he'll be as a tight end here.
Tight end on the near side. Hunter, the receiver on the near side. 2 receivers on the far side for Clement. Read option. Clement rolls out to his right, and it's a dart through the hands of his intended receiver, King, and incomplete to bring up 4th and 1 with 47 seconds to go.
You can see they're trying to try out some new stuff while they still have the starters in. Most of the starters, at least. Try to get Eric King a snap there at tight end, listed on the depth chart as the backup H-back for Martinsburg behind Cam Shallis.
Martinsburg's offense still out there going for it on 4th and 1. It's Clement taking the snap, handing it off to Buskey. Buskey bounces his way to the far side. He has the first down and more out across the 30 before being pushed out of bounds. It's 1st down Martinsburg with 39.5 seconds to go in the third. The Bulldogs lead 63-0 over Spring Mills.
Buskey looks pretty good so far on these first handful of carries that he's gotten.
So it's 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Ball at the 30-yard line. 30 seconds to go on the game clock. The play clock at 20 seconds. It's Clement with Buskey to his right. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Clement drops back. Wide receiver screen on the far side. It's caught. Making his way to the far sideline and being pushed out of bounds at the 25-yard line was Dominic Brinkley for the 5-yard gain. And it looks like that's going to be the final play of the third quarter. Your third quarter brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com, as well as Smallwood and Small Insurance in Martinsburg. Your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive in Martinsburg. Phone 304-263-3361. At the end of the third, it is Martinsburg 63, Spring Mills nothing. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. We're back in 60 seconds.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back to the fourth quarter. It is Martinsburg leading Spring Mills 63-0 at Cardinal Stadium. 2nd down and 4. Ball on the 24-yard line for Martinsburg. It's Murphy Clement in at quarterback. He has 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. He hands it off to Buskey. He's running back. And Buskey going to find space on that far side, trying to find some blockers. A flag thrown around their line of scrimmage as Buskey goes out of bounds at the 10-yard line, but it looks like the flag's going to bring the play back as it's a holding penalty against the Bulldogs.
That's tough there.
Your fourth quarter brought to you by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, as well as the Skinner Law Firm. Injury and consumer rights lawyers, phone 304-245-6613. Go to skinnerfirm.com for more.
And of course, it should be a running clock fourth quarter.
Clock will now start running, 11.5 to go. The ball snapped. Clement fires a dart to the far side. It's a wide receiver screened, caught out across the 20-yard line. Being tripped up is the wide receiver for Martinsburg. In to make the catch was Braden Mott. That'll make it first down Bulldogs.
I find it interesting that they're using Clement out here in the fourth quarter. I guess they want to get him some more game reps in at quarterback since he hasn't had too many in the last handful of games playing more wide receiver.
First and 10 Martinsburg, ball on the 18-yard line of Spring Mills. Clement drops back the pass, flag thrown, false start against the Bulldogs, so that'll back him up 5 yards, put the ball at the 23-yard line now. The clock continues to wind down. It's at 10:40 to go. It's Martinsburg 63, Spring Mills nothing.
They had stopped the clock there for a second on the first penalty of the quarter, but they've learned their lesson. Now the clock is running down through this one.
So it is first down and 15. Clement in at quarterback and shotgun formation. Nick Buskey, the running back to his right. Three receivers near side, one to the far. Clement drops back the pass, will roll out to his right, looking downfield. Pump fakes, trying to get off a tackler, but he's going to be pushed out of bounds at the 22-yard line. That'll bring up second down. Looks like he gained a yard, so make it 2nd and 14.
And I was wondering when they were going to make this call. Here comes Clement off the field, handing things off to Coy Fagan.
Coy Fagan trying to get the quarterback wristband from him so that he's able to call plays. As Fagan puts that wristband on his left arm, he's got a running back to his right side and Nick Buskey, one receiver to the near side, and three to the far side. 3 seconds to go on the play clock, 2-1. Martinsburg does not get the snap off in time, so it's a delay of game penalty on Martinsburg to back up the Bulldogs another 5 yards.
Well, that switch got kind of made a little late there. There was the second or two of fumbling the wristband, so they were late into the play clock.
That'll make it second down and 19. Ball on the 26-yard line for Martinsburg. Fagan, quarterback keeper, powers his way forward up the middle of the line. Will be eventually stopped after a 4-yard gain at the 19-yard line to make it third down.
It's another good game to get Fagan in some reps here. He's been able to get a pretty solid amount of work here in the fourth quarter this season. So him and Nick Buskey at running back have made for a pretty good duo out here, looking not too shabby in varsity action.
Brinkley, Wheeler, and Williams, the receivers on the far side. The one on the near side is Braden Mott. Fagan in at quarterback, lined up to his right is Buskey. Play action pass, hit as he throws, and it'll fall incomplete in front of the intended receiver, Braden Mott. That'll bring up a fourth down for Martinsburg as they lead 63-0 over Spring Mills. 7:50 to go now in the fourth.
DC is still the majority of the starting offensive line in the game here. I
It
believe
looks
all 5
like
starters still in.
Martinsburg will decide to go for it. Allow some JV players to try to get some more action at the varsity level. Fagan gets the snap, drops back the pass. It's a screen pass picked off by Spring Mills. At the 35-yard line, Cardinals will be tackled, but it's an interception. Making the catch for Spring Mills is number 28, Xavier Anderson, the 6'4" freshman, in with the interception.
The younger brother of Max Anderson.
7:07 to go, the clock winding down. It's the first Martinsburg turnover of the evening, and Max Anderson will jog his way out from the near sideline into the Cardinals huddle. 1st and 10 for Spring Mills, ball on the 35-yard line. Two receivers to the far side, a running back lined up to the right side of Max Anderson as well. Anderson gets the snap from Kirk, hands it off to his running back who cuts to the near side. It is Cam Taylor Black being wrapped up by Xerxes Yancey as well. It's number 28 for Martinsburg, Josh Apia.
Looks like we've got mostly second stringers in on the defense, but still the starting defensive line for the Bulldogs out on the field. Reed and Yancey both in on that play.
A loss of 4 on that last play makes it 2nd and 14, ball on the 31.
And as I say that, there goes Rashawn Reed off the field. And Will Bass checks in.
Anderson gets the snap. Another handoff to his running back. Will be pushed backwards. Brings up 3rd down for Spring Mills. It's again Cam Taylor Black in on the run, picks up 2 yards to make it 3rd and 12, ball on the 33.
Hey, if you're Spring Mills here, I know this is a tough game. You had a lot of mistakes that led to points happening really quick for Martinsburg, and it just kind of overwhelmed you. This is nothing to be ashamed of here because Martinsburg does this to a lot of teams, and they are incredibly talented.
63-0 Martinsburg on top of Spring Mills. Two receivers to the far side of the field for Max Anderson, a running back to his right, and he's going to hand it off again to Cam Taylor Black. He gets past the line, but immediately met by 2 Martinsburg Bulldog linebackers in for the tackle at the 34-yard line to bring up 4th down and 11.
Now, the other side of that equation is that I'm sure Coach Sims would say that a lot of these points have come off of their own mistakes, their own self-inflicted wounds here, like fumbles, blocked punts, that pick 6.
Nick Buskey and Ken Von Williams in to make the tackle.
There were definitely a lot of plays that Martinsburg got some extra points off of. So, in that sense, if you were to clean up your own mistakes and just go off of what you gave up on offense, again, you prevented the Bulldogs from having a lot of plays from their starters on offense in this game by controlling the clock.
4th down and 12 for Spring Mills. It looks like Max Anderson will be back to punt after a delay of game. Will back up the Cardinals a few yards. 4:10 to go in this 4th quarter. Jameer Hunter back to return for Martinsburg. The punt will be an end-over-end kick bouncing into the hands of Jameer Hunter, who will come down the near sideline trying to get a few blockers in front of him. Spin, trying to stay in bounds, and tackled across the 30, and it will be 1st and 10 Martinsburg at Spring Mills 25-yard line.
Tackled by Max Anderson on the punt after his punt, who, as you can see, is, if you see him there on the field, still really hobbling around. He has not been the same guy that he was in the 1st quarter, 2nd quarter of this game since he got hurt.
Looks like they put the ball at the 26-yard line for Martinsburg. 3:20 to go in the 4th quarter. Clock winding down for the Mercy Rule. It is Martinsburg 63, Spring Mills nothing. It's the Bulldogs still huddled with 10 seconds left on the play clock as Dominic Brinkley will jog to the far side. Martinsburg still has no idea what play to call. 2 seconds left, 1 second left, and the time on the play clock will expire. And that'll be a delay of game against Martinsburg. Now, it looks like they might just do that because of the Mercy Rule to get a substitution in as well as keep the clock running. They don't have to run a play.
Yeah, they don't. The clock stays running after penalty. So we'll see are they just going to do this for 2.5 minutes, or will they run? Okay, they're actually coming out of the huddle there. That huddle is very far from the line of scrimmage. I'm not sure what that was all about.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 receiver to the near side for Coy Fagan, the JV quarterback, in for varsity action. And he's going to have a read option, keep it himself. Jukes past the tackler out across the 50 on the near sideline before being pushed out of bounds for a gain of 3 yards on the play. And that'll make it a second down with 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
2 minutes on the clock here. We'll probably get about 3 or 4 plays out of this clock, assuming that they're going to run it down to 5 seconds or less every play.
Same formation as last time, as they now flip a receiver from that far side to the near side. So now it's 2 receivers to each side for Coy Fagan, with Buskey to his right. Fagan drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, fires a pass over the head and incomplete of the intended receiver. He did a cartwheel to stay up. Pretty impressive there as the pass intended for Wheeler. I thought he was about to just take a fall, but next thing you knew, he was kind of just turning it into a cartwheel. So even though it was an incomplete pass, I'm giving him some style points.
Impressive acrobatics there. Some balance to stay up.
5'7", 140-pound sophomore Dalvin Wheeler, who was able to just break off his defender. It looked like if he was able to make the catch, he could have possibly had a touchdown, but it was just a tad overthrown by Fagan. So 3rd and 13, 50 seconds to go for Martinsburg as they lead Spring Mill 63-0. And another flag thrown, and it's another delay of game against Martinsburg. And with 40 seconds left, I believe they could most likely just allow the play clock to go down, or they might choose to at least run one more play before this game concludes. It's Fagan taking the snap, dropping back to pass, stepping up, and he's going to be sacked for a loss by Spring Mills. And even though it is Martinsburg 63, Spring Mills nothing, at least the Cardinals can end this one on a little bit of a high note, as the game clock will hit triple zeros, and it is Martinsburg improving to 6-2 on the year with a 63-0 win over Spring Mills. The 8th time in 11 meetings that the Bulldogs have shut out the Cardinals. We'll take a 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break, be back for the post-game show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome you back into the Palace Lounge post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu, daily specials, and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. Final score from Cardinal Stadium, Martinsburg, 63. Spring Mills, nothing. And we'll now send it down onto the field to Spencer Dupuis, who is with head coach Britt Sherman.
Thanks, Colin. Down here with Coach Sherman. A shutout for your team tonight. Seems like getting a lot of players in that second half. What'd you like from your team tonight?
I'm punt return, like going there punt, like 5 guys. I mean, they were just all over them. So that was really good, especially, working on, they just kind of did an offensive quick kick this week and then throwing our punt return in there with them and getting a couple touchdowns. But, a bunch of guys got to play. It was fun scoring a bunch of points, but we do have some things to work on before Jefferson next week.
And when you look back that your defense kind of talked about at the end of the first half, it seemed like things weren't clicking originally and then kind of moved some things around, tinkered some things, and then they started going. Rashad had, I think, 4 or 5 tackles for a loss among a few guys on that line.
Yeah, I think it was just getting where he was supposed to go and getting there with force and really good job. Me loading that first half and then really second.
All right, Coach, congrats on the win.
Thank you. We got discount cards out right now from a player.
All right, Coach, thanks. Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer and Coach Sherman. We'll have to see tomorrow if a few of the Martinsburg Bulldogs are selling those discount cards during the Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival parade that they'll be in for Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. So catch a few of the players out on our float tomorrow for that parade. And let's now get into today's post-game stats brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer on Route 11 south of Inwood, taking care of you like nobody's business.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of offensive stats today for the Bulldogs, there's honestly not a lot because it took them only 15 total plays on offense to reach those 63 points. They got those 63 points within 15 offensive plays. There was a lot of defense and special teams. There was the punt return, fumble recovery touchdown by Avion Blackwood. There was the block punt touchdown. There was the fumble on the other punt that was able to get a touchdown on there. But in terms of offensive stats today, Ezra Bajan was 6 for 11 for 197 yards, 4 passing touchdowns. 2 of those passing touchdowns going to Jameer Hunter, whose both of his catches today went for scores for 84 total yards. And Avion Blackwood had 3 catches for 93 yards, 2 scores of his own, adding in that special teams touchdown. And Zion Grantham, 4 carries, 57 yards. A.J. Harrison, 1 carry on the day, and it was a 40-yard touchdown.
Alrighty, there you go. Those are your post-game stats. We'll now take our final 2-minute break of the Palace Lounge post-game show. 3-minute break. Thank you, Dylan. On the other side of that break, we'll be back to give out tonight's awards for this evening. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. We're back in 3 minutes.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch!
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
We welcome you back into the Palace Lounge post-game show on Talk Radio WRNR in TV 10. Final score, Martinsburg 63. Spring Mills, nothing, as your Bulldogs improve to 6-2 on the year now. Spring Mills will fall to 2-5. Let's get into tonight's awards, starting with the electrifying play of the game, brought to you by Orsini's Home Store. Not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Hack Wilson Way, or go to Orsinis.com.
Well, there's a lot of candidates for this one. A lot of strange candidates for this one today. Some weird plays got into the end zone tonight. But I'm going to give it to the first one. It was one of the more normal ones. It was just a screen pass from Ezra Bajent to Jameer Hunter. But it went 71 yards as the longest play of the day for the Bulldogs. And that got them up first on the board there. And it got Jameer Hunter in the end zone for Spring Mills. For Martinsburg against Spring Mills when he did the opposite last year.
Alrighty, let's now get into the Cody's Body Shop collision of the game. Go to Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service at great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Phone 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page.
To see that was the blocked punt that ended up a touchdown for the Bulldogs, picked up by Wes Hancock in the end zone, to just continue to pour it on for the Bulldogs when they didn't really have to do much of it through their offensive, defense, and special teams today.
Alrighty, let's now get our Kelly Allstate Insurance Good Hands Catch of the Game, brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 at Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. And I partially feel like this might need to be an interesting one if we're on the same wavelength here, Dylan.
I'm glad you reminded me of that, Colin, because I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the Brent Terwilliger pass on the 2-point, or I guess it was a run. The toss back.
He
from
still had
Jameer
to catch
Hunter.
it off the no-look pass from
the
Jameer Hunter.
The toss backwards to Terwilliger, catch it and run in the end zone for the 2-point conversion, make it 22-0. Bulldogs. That was the one more fun play. That's really where the weirdness started. There, once they got it up to,
I don't disagree.
That's
definitely where it started. That was the last normal.
Yeah, that touchdown. That touchdown was the last time. That touchdown before that 2-point conversion was the last time that we saw the Martinsburg offense out on the field. Or excuse me, that was the one after the pick six. That was a follow up after the helmet. The ball went off the helmet for the pick six there. So much weird stuff happened tonight, and there was a kicker ran into a 2-point conversion. That's your sure hands catch of the game. So that tells you it all right there.
I like it. Being a former kicker myself, I want kickers to get awards that you don't expect them to get.
Exactly.
So Brett Terwilliger gets the good hands catch of the game.
Yeah.
Lastly, our player of the game brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Visit bodwellinsurancesolutions.com or call 304-283-0864.
If there was a unit of the game, it would have to be the Bulldogs special teams. But I'm going to give this one to Avion Blackwood because he had 3 catches in this game, and they went 93 yards for 2 touchdowns. And then he added on a 3rd touchdown when he picked up the fumble on Jameer Hunter's punt return that he muffed, then picked up, and then dropped again. He picked it up and ran it into the end zone. And that was just another example of how this game went for Spring Mills. It was just the Bulldogs could do nothing wrong, and Avion Blackwood especially.
All right, there you go. Those are our awards for this evening. Again, the final score, Martinsburg 63, Spring Mills nothing. We'll be back next week for more Martinsburg Bulldog football as Martinsburg heads to Jefferson to take on the Cougars. For our crew tonight, in Nick Verzolini, who you'll hear from shortly on the other side of this break, as well as Donald Kinney, Donna Schaffner, Spencer Dupuis, Braden Schaffner, too, and last but certainly not least, John Alderton, camera crew-wise, Dylan Bishop as well, my broadcast partner. I'm Colin McLaughlin, signing off until tomorrow for Shepherd Rams football, and until then, have a great rest of your evening.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Hi, I'm Sally Hardy. I am asking you to re-elect John Hardy to the West Virginia House. John is my husband of 24 years and an amazing dad to our daughters. I am proud of this hardworking man who runs a successful business, gives back to the community, and is our valuable delegate. John Hardy is a man of values with a heart of service, and he cares about moving West Virginia forward. Re-elect my husband, John Hardy. Visit Delegate John Hardy on Facebook.
Paid for by candidate.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome into the post-game scoreboard show. I'm Nick Verzolini. Our scoreboard show is brought to you by Delegate John Hardy for the 97th District. Re-elect John Hardy for the West Virginia House of Delegates. Local businessman, volunteer, and tireless advocate for the Eastern Panhandle. And it is a crazy night in the Mountain State and high school football. We'll start with the EPAC scores, and the first score that jumps off the, jumps out at you, I should say. Wheeling Park winning 34-7 tonight over number 1 Musselman. So the Applemen will not be number 1 next week. And that's just the beginning of the craziness. We'll get into that, though, in a little bit later here. Martinsburg with the 63-0 win over Spring Mills. So Bulldogs get back in the win column. And currently Preston is leading Washington 9-0. What would be Preston's first win of the season. Kind of a defensive battle there. But we move on to that craziness that I talked about. We could see the top 3 teams in the state all lose on the same night. Currently, Morgantown is tied with Parkersburg South at 41 in just an excellent football game. Hurricane has already knocked off Cabell Midland, so the number 3 ranked Cabell Midland Knights losing 35-14 to Hurricane tonight. That is a final score. But Morgantown and Parkersburg South playing a classic there in the fourth quarter, tied at 41. And that's a comeback from Morgantown, too. They were down 41-27 at one point, but have tied it up at 41. So good ball game there. Interesting game, but not a great final. Looks like Huntington's going to get the win over Parkersburg. As Parkersburg just added a touchdown. It's 27-7, or 27-14, in the fourth quarter there. Princeton beating up on Woodrow Wilson Beckley tonight, 42-7, and John Marshall holds a 10-0 lead over Brook. Let's run down the rest of the AAA scores for you, as Spring Valley leading Capital 35-0 there. At halftime was the score, so Spring Valley cruising to a victory over Capital. George Washington beating up on St. Albans in the fourth quarter, 51-7. John Marshall's extended that lead to 24-0 now over Brook. Oak Hill leading Buchanan Upshur 17-7. Greenbrier East leads Ripley 47-8. Berkeley Springs and Hampshire play tomorrow. Riverside leads South Charleston in the fourth quarter, 19-0 there. And Preston did get the win over Washington, as that score has just been updated, and the final was 22-0. Preston over Washington, so the Patriots fall to 1-6 with the loss, and Preston gets its first win of the season. And that'll do it for us. That's all the AAA scores. We'll see what happens with that Morgantown Parkersburg South game, but could be quite a few changes there at the top of the state rankings. So the Bulldogs aren't necessarily out of things in terms of trying to get one of those top seeds, because of how wild things can get here toward the end of the season. A lot of these schools are going to play each other, so it could still be a top 2 ranked team if these teams continue to beat up on each other. But we'll just have to wait and see throughout the rest of the high school season. But that does it for us here tonight. Once again, your final score in the game you watched or listened to: Martinsburg 63, Spring Mills 0. We are back tomorrow for college football as the Shepherd University Rams play homecoming against Millersville, number 4 ranked Shepherd, looking to continue its undefeated season. And that game, pregame coverage begins at 11:30. Kickoff is set for noon. Should be a fun matchup there between Shepherd and Millersville, but that does it for us. I'm Nick Verzolini. Once again, your final score, Martinsburg 63, Spring Mills nothing. Have a good night, everyone.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.